One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And in the darkness, find them.
I'm going on an adventure!
Hello, everybody. Hey, look at that. It's my setup. Oops. That wasn't even supposed to be there, but that is. As you can see, I've been deep in the tank. Hold on a sec. What's up, everybody? Hey, there I am. What's going on? Primal Fire, I did see your message. I do not have an AWS account, so I have to get that all figured out and get that set up. Deep in the White Monsters. No, this is a, believe it or not, caffeine-free, sugar-free, Canada Dry Fruit Splash Cherry Ginger Ale. So I am a big fan of Canada Dry. Is my favorite ginger ale. Funnily enough, I despise Werner's ginger ale. I find it to be almost it's almost like Ipecac syrup for me. It almost makes me want to throw up like immediately. It's so gross. But Canada Dry is the best. Roll for Combat says, I have it set up. You just need to stop with the parties and get in touch with me. Yes, well, Roll for Combat. There's a couple other things that we wanted to experiment with, and it turns out that like 80% of my patrons are like network devs. So we're doing some experimentation to see if it's something that we can manage on our own. But to stop with the parties. Yeah, I'm a party animal. What's up, everybody? Jake, good to see you. Always. Yes, late night party. Love to see it. Yeah, this has just been a really, really, really boring day for me. I didn't really do anything yesterday. Of course, our Friday night game is in permanent hiatus. Our game master, Mr. Aaron Smith, who we all love. For me, I love him like a brother. But he's been going through a lot and has a lot of family responsibilities on his plate right now, and has just basically, I think, just been a bit overwhelmed with everything. And so he's kind of stepped back from not just from game mastering, but from hosting our Friday night games. So we basically try to figure out like, hey, what other game are we going to play? And I was thinking about getting everybody together for a game night over my house. And I have not actually, believe it or not, I am the game master, right? I have not hosted, and I think George is here. I don't think I have hosted a game night at my house, George, maybe since Dragon's Delve, which would have been circa 2012, question mark. That might be right. I don't know. 2012, something like that. Something in that range. 2012, 2013, 2014. It's been a long time. So I haven't hosted anything at my house for a very long time. In fact, this is one of those crazy things, but it's like for a long time, I didn't even have a table in my house, as in I had no horizontal surfaces outside of like the countertops and the island in my kitchen. Because I had gotten rid of my dining room table. Again, I live in a condo. It's not like the biggest place in the world, but I had gotten rid of, I had moved my table to make room for bookshelves. And then where I moved the table to, which was my dining room, which I never used, I got rid of the table so I could turn my dining room into a gym. So I didn't have a table for a very long time. And now I actually have two tables because I packed up my gym and I put it into storage. I have a big 6-post rack and, a big cable station and all this other stuff. I bought all this during COVID. so I could continue to work out at home. It was actually really nice. But then I packed it all up and put it into storage because I thought, I was getting my house painted professionally, and then I thought I was going to sell my house and buy a new house. Instead, I did paint my house, but I got laid off instead. And I just figured I don't really feel like dragging the gym stuff back out, so it's still in storage. So anyway, so I had my extra dining room. So I put a kind of a workstation in there, and then upstairs in what used to be my bedroom, I of course built a table, a custom table, if you will, so that we could run games and stream them and put up a bunch of cameras and lights. Well, we haven't done that yet, so I'm glad I spent $10,000 on that. Oh, just so many good, wonderfully good decisions. Yeah, no, it was probably 15. Let's see, 5 cameras at $1,012 a piece, 6,000. I got some of them on eBay. 6 plus $850 for the lenses. Yeah, probably, yeah, close to it. Anyways, but now I have these tables, so it's like, oh, maybe I should have people over. But then, of course, as soon as I even start to go down that route, Bob is based. I was like, hey, Bob, are you running Dragon Tide on? Are you running Dragon Tide on Friday? And he goes, no. I was like, oh, good. Maybe Bob's free. And he goes, but the wife's really been on me because I haven't been home a lot this week, and need to spend some time with the kids and the family. And I was like, well, yeah, there we go. So then another Friday came and went, and I have no interest in drafting Spider-Man set. So that would be my other alternative, would be to go do a draft with my buddies and do a team draft. And so didn't do that. And then today, Saturday, I did nothing. And it was kind of boring. So I was, as you might imagine, looking over some of these books, which I had bought. And I had bought this starter set. I bought this at PAX. Oh, Steven, which PAX was it? They all get blurred together. I bought this at PAX West. No, that's not true. I bought this at Gen Con. It released at Gen Con. This was the new starter set for the One Ring. The One Ring RPG is about 3 or 4 years old. No, I bought it at Gen Con. Yeah, because you got one too. That's right. So they finally got it in stock, and I think it might have sold out the first day, and then they got more in stock by like Saturday, and I picked up a copy. So I had never really actually opened it. It was still in the shrink wrap. And so I cracked it open today, and I was taking a look at it, and I was like, man, this game has a lot more interesting elements to it than I remember looking. And so then I took a look at my live stream history, and we did the One Ring first look almost like 100 and change live streams ago. So I really haven't looked at this game much in the last year, or over a year ago. But I do love Free League stuff, and so I was going to spend some time tonight, maybe doing a little bit more of a deep dive into the game. And again, I read through the starter set today. And so it kind of gave me a refresher on some of the rules. And, there were some certain things there that I thought were just like, I was like, oh, that's really interesting and really cool. And I kind of wanted to dig back more into to the core set and just take a look at this game. Additionally, this time of year is always I always call it very Tolkien-esque to me. The fall feels very Tolkien-esque. Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit starts in the fall. Lord of the Rings starts kind of in the fall. And so there you go, Lance. There you go. First look was February. Oh, it was in February 2025. Okay, I thought it was in 2024. So, okay. So it hasn't been quite a year. But yeah, we did a first look. I thought it was really cool. And I remember being like, oh, this is really neat. This is a lot cooler than I expected to. Because I remember the first edition of this game, which was produced by Cubicle 7. And I remember looking through it. I never owned it. But I remember being kind of like, there's some weird elements here. It seems like it's a little bit too fiddly for what I wanted. I didn't necessarily want believe it or not, I don't want a narrative system for Lord of the Rings so much, full of meta currencies. It may sound strange, but I don't actually want that. Yeah. And I mean, again, we dagger explained Lord of the Rings, and I think it would be really, really great for the cinematic element of it. But I think some of the broader scopes of Lord of the Rings, and again, remember, I'm a true believer. So when I talk about Lord of the Rings, I'm kind of spanning the entire history of, 20,000 years of history. So there's an element there that I think is better reflected in some ways by, not having such a like protagonist bubble around our characters. Because even in the first book, right, of Lord of the Rings, I mean, we see two characters essentially die from the Fellowship. So it's high stakes. But anyways, so I was bored and I was looking at maps and I was feeling wistful. And yeah. And so what I was saying the other day was that I'm really excited. Honestly, I was talking with Bob a little bit, and I think if we do run a game for Friday nights, we are I'm leaning possibly towards Fabula Ultima. Now it depends on who I could find and who I could put together, and all this other stuff. But I know that one of the players who I really want to play with, who wants to play with us, is my buddy Kaz. Kaz, of course, is remote. So when we play on Friday nights over Smith's, it's actually like Smith behind the screen, me, Bob, our buddy George, our buddy, Tim from the channel. And then Kaz is kind of connected via remote call. But it can be kind of difficult to sort of, have him understand what's really going on when we're using maps and minis. But when we played Press Start the other day over at Bob's house, let me see if I threw them away. Hold on a second. I mean, I didn't completely. All right, here we go. So when we played Press Start the other day over at Bob's house, I printed out, and these were rough drafts. I ended up lightening up a little bit, but I printed out these pixel art, AI pixel art images of the characters from Press Start. If you've ever played Press Start from Fabula Ultima, that's Mako, that's Levine, that's the princess, that's the Lancer person, that's the engineer Edgar, and then these are the monsters from the Press Start. And we basically set it up like it was like a Final Fantasy, like a JRPG, right? We had the 2D pixel art characters on the right side, and then we had the monsters lined up on the left side. And it occurred to me that a top-down camera like this would allow us to play in person, but to have Kaz really be able to see what was going on pretty easily. Not that because there's no tactical movement in Fabula Ultima. So I think that might be kind of cool. So we'll go for that. Possibly. We'll see. But anyways, Fabula Ultima would be really fun and really cool to play. But the problem with Fabula Ultima, it's not a problem. It's great. I just spent, I don't even know, $700 on their Kickstarter that I shouldn't have, but I told myself it's the last Kickstarter for the year. I say this as I'm about 3 weeks away from going to PAX Unplugged, but there's like nothing I need to buy, so it should be okay. But the problem with Fabula Ultima is maybe I would do things differently. There are things in Fabula Ultima that, because I'm so passionate about the game, it's just like Daggerheart. Daggerheart's another game that I'm really excited to play. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the game. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with Fabula Ultima or Daggerheart. But there are some things that I would tweak, that I would change, that I would modify for my own, silly, stupid, dumb reasons. I've talked about them before, but like for me, like Fabula Ultima, I don't like that you can miss in combat. It's not something that I feel is really part of the aesthetic of JRPGs, especially when you only get like that one action on your turn. I think it could be a little boring to be the healer. Cinnabos, I also agree. I think defense and magic defense is kind of silly. It's also not the way that I would want defense and magic defense to work. Traditionally in JRPGs, defense, armor, absorb is a sort of DR system, absorbing damage. So all of these things, that's a huge change structurally. I mean, at that point, you're making a new game. The way that Fabula Ultima took Ryutama and made a new game out of it, it was just based off of this core engine of Ryutama. And thus Ryutama's system of, take two stats, which are represented by dice, roll them, add them together, compare it to a target number. That's Ryutama's system. That is the core element of the Fabula Ultima system. And I think that system is actually really great. But, it may not be, for me, what I would use for for at least a Final Fantasy JRPG, So there we go. It's a great game. And I certainly feel like the system of, combining two stats and rolling against a DC is much better for outside of combat, that type of stuff. Lance says, my dad also hates Werner's ginger ale. Hey, what's up, Shorn? In exchange for not being able to sleep, I'm going to catch a stream live. Fantastic. There you go. He's definitely going through some stuff. So, I mean, I'm not going to put all his business out in the street, but yeah. Roll for Combat says I'm a freak. That's funny. I'm super interested to see how you feel about Journeys in Tor 2nd Edition when you get to run it, since it seems that Tor is at the top of your list. It's not necessarily at the top of my list. It's just that I'm really interested in the game because, based on what I could see, there's not really a whole lot that I would change, There you go. And there you go. Roll for Combat still has it in the shrink wrap. We could be finishing up an adventure. That's probably how I feel, Pumpkin. Taggart is great for the Lord of the Rings movies. The One Ring might be better for the Lord of the Rings books and extended lore. And let me be clear about something here. I love the Lord of the Rings books and I love Lord of the Rings movies. And I think that Peter Jackson's version of the story is different, in some ways different good. But the Fellowship of the Ring, the Lord of the Rings is not what I would really call particularly cinematic. It's a story, but it's told in a very boring way. And a lot of the characters are fairly flat. So I don't necessarily know that it succeeds as a work of fiction the way that we sort of understand dramatic fiction to be today. My love for Lord of the Rings goes far beyond the quality of the story. I think it has to go with the world, building and the greater themes at play here, rather than, being exciting for its own sake and excitement for its own sake. Yeah. For example, Tom Bombadil is not in the movie, and I am 1000% on board with that. I think that's great. No Twitch tonight. I didn't bother to stream over on Twitch. I didn't think we were going to get anybody here. I could go over on Twitch, I suppose, but I think all I have to hit is that. I don't think it changes the stream title, but I think we're streaming on Twitch now. So I might have to open up Twitch though to get the chat. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, Tom Tom is one of those characters that is in the book simply to underscore Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil? Bombadil? I don't know. Tom is as Tom is. Bombadillo? Yeah, I like that one better. So yeah, it's Bombadil. Bombadil. Tom is there to show you that the world is bigger and stranger and more ancient than you ever know. I think one of the truly amazing elements that you really come to appreciate when you start becoming more of a student of the lore of Middle Earth is that like Sauron is like the runner-up vice president of evil, So like, yes, he is the great enemy. He is the Dark Lord, but he's not even a god. He's just a fallen angel. So it's like one of those things where you start thinking about it and you're like, oh man, the One Ring is so powerful. The One Ring it's like the One Ring is like a trinket compared to the Silmarils, right? And so it's just one of those things there that it's interesting because when you look at what we think is important in Lord of the Rings, you understand that the world is far more ancient and in some ways the big battles of Middle Earth have already been fought. And and kind of we're kind of at the tail end of caring, really, like contrast, right? This is kind of we're going deep here, but in the first age, after Arendil sails across Belagar and pleads their case to the Valar with the host of Valinor. So this is the Valar and their Maiar servants, literal angels and basically angels and gods, cross over to Middle Earth and wage war. It's called the War of Wrath. And they wage war against Morgoth until they throw him out of time and space into the void. With Sauron, they don't do shit, really. And then after he sort of falls, after he kind of dies, supposedly, right? And starts to come back, they send 5 Ishtari, okay, which are just 5 lesser angels, one of which is Gandalf, one of which is Saruman, who ends up going bad and joins the bad guy, one of which is Radagast, who basically falls in love with, birds and bees and animals and plants. It doesn't really help too much. And then 2 of them end up getting lost in the east, and no one's really sure what even happens to them. Did they help Sauron? Did they form their own little cults of personality? The manuscripts aren't very clear. Case in point, really, if you want to be specific about it, 1 of 5 is successful. So with Sauron, they didn't even care. They didn't even send like their best people. They sent, Gandalf, right? Who didn't even want to go. He didn't even want to go to Middle Earth. He was kind of, he kind of had to get like conned into it, kind of. Anyways. Point is, it's an interesting way to look at it. In the timeline, the Lord of the Rings takes place in the downturn of that kind of strange magical world into our own mundane world. That's correct. There's a lot of speculative fiction, about what happened to the Blue Wizards. And I think you could have a lot of fun with, doing stuff out in the East and all that other stuff. I think that would be really cool. But yeah. It's just interesting, right? That Tolkien set his primary stories not in the most important era of his legendarium, which I think is really interesting. really focusing again on the essentially the common man and their ability to sort of overcome. And this idea, right, that the powers that be are sort of stepping back, right, preparing for the dominion of man. Anyways, long story short, I want to take a closer look at this game and hang out. So, now, Pumpkin says, the problem with playing the One Ring is having to play in the third age, lol. So I've actually been thinking about this quite extensively. And I do think that there are elements of the One Ring that are fairly exclusively tied to the third age, particularly Sauron. But remember, Sauron was very active in the second age. He wasn't the sort of malevolent, dark god that he was until he starts the war with the elves after he takes back the Rings of Power. But I think you could very easily run a One Ring game in the second age. I mean, remember, in the second age of Middle Earth, we have two things. One, in the first age, at the end of the first age, when Morgoth is defeated, right, half of Middle Earth, half of the continent, sinks beneath the waves. What the main region was called Beleriand. So you can think of the beginning of the second age as being post-apocalyptic in that way. And even by the time you get to the later era of the second age, say during the era of Numenor is destroyed and the world is kind of pretty fucked up in the breaking of the world and the reshaping of Arda. And, things aren't great either. So it's never been a really, really cosmopolitan, flushed out full city or full country. Or, I think there's always been a lot of wilderness. The exception to this might be the first stage. And I think the real thing is that in the first stage, right, I mean, most of the characters were living gods. The elves were pretty much at their height of power. And, especially like the Noldor and stuff like that. And men literally were just waking up. So you didn't really have the sort of cultural diversity that you have later on. So I don't think that setting it in the first age would be really appropriate, but I think setting it in the second age could be fun. Yeah, exactly, Thaddeus. Right. A lot of the second age is recovering from the War of Wrath for sure. So here again, this is the form fillable sheet from somebody on itch.io who made a really beautiful form fillable sheet in landscape for the One Ring, which I think is really, really pretty. And we might mess around with that. Okay. So this is basically not a first look because we already did a first look. This is really just me kind of going through, the game. So again, this takes place during the time between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, which I think is really, really cool. And it takes place in Eriador, which I actually think is cooler than setting it in Rovanian, which is where the first adventure took place here. So here's a brief summary of the history in the past. And again, I love the artwork that they put together for this game. It's just I love the pencil sketch. I love the header, with the Tengwar script and the very sketch styling. I mean, it's so cool. Again, I was looking through some of this. Some of this was copied here in this starter set. By the way, I do want to take a really quick side note and say something here, which is this is a beautiful starter set. This is a beautiful. Come on, you son of a bitch! This is a beautiful starter set. It's made very well. It's made by the Free League folks, and like the Dragonbane starter set, it comes with a set of dice it comes with, although they are abbreviated, this is a complete set of the rules. It is not, I don't want to say complete. The Dragonbane book is literally the complete rule. But they don't this isn't like a stripped down simple version. They don't have necessarily like every weapon that is in the game, but the books that are the stuff that's in there is correct. It's not like a variant of the game. Sometimes when you get a starter set, it's literally like, baby's first RPG. This is the game. It's just a much smaller version of it with not all the copious amounts of details, and certainly doesn't have all of like the advice about, the history of Middle Earth and how to be a lore master. And then you get some pre-gens. Characters, of course. Some pre-gens. You get a really cool map of Eriador. And on the back, and then you also get cool little minis, which come with little plastic stands. So in this way, it's very similar in some ways to the Dragonbane set. But I am going to say this. This is not me poo-pooing Free League, although it is me poo-pooing Free League a little bit. You get this very thin adventure. And this is probably a session or two, probably two at most. And compare that to Dragonbane, where you literally get like basically an entire mini campaign in the box set. It's just like the value that you get from frickin' Dragonbane is so crazy that it's hard to just to go back to anything after that, So, which I think is really cool. I mean, yeah. Now, to be fair, too, this One Ring starter set was pretty cheap. I think it's priced to move, but token and chill, exactly. Now, GM Scott says, much like you with Star Wars or Dune, I would have a very hard time playing in the Lord of the Rings world. The story is set. We know what happens. I think for me, the fun part of this type of game is setting up a scenario where you understand that there's far more to the War of the Ring than the destruction of the One Ring. And I have always been very interested in those stories and in those tales. And I think for me, the enjoyment here is the smaller stories. I think that's what's really interesting for me. I'm also not opposed to the idea. And again, I've talked about this like with Dune. Like if I ever played a game of Dune, I would definitely have it take place in right at basically where the start of the novel is. But I wouldn't have Paul be the Kwisatz Haderach because it fundamentally changes the Dune universe into something that isn't very Dune-like, which I think is problematic. But now you're kind of basically taking the world, but you're kind of throwing away the plot. Right, Dragonbane also has a solo adventure, which again, it's just crazy here. So here we have the aim. So this is a cool little sidebar here. The aim of the One Ring is to let players feel what it means to go adventuring in a wild and perilous land from a forgotten past. It is a threatening world that has more in common with the world depicted in epic sagas or the dark ages of Europe than our contemporary world. And so I think that's really interesting because they don't say here the purpose of the One Ring is to, be the incredible mega ultimate heroes. In fact, they even say here, players are invited to leave the age of information and fast travel behind and adopt the point of view of individuals whose horizons often didn't extend further than a few miles from their birthplace. For every member of the wise and the great, there are countless more Samwise Gamgees, simple people who have never crossed the boundaries of their own village. For every wizard, there are individuals like Gimli, son of Gloin, who ignored the very existence of Rohan until he visited it. For every elven lord, there are noble women like noble Eowyn, who had never encountered an elf or a hobbit before. So, I've talked about this before, but in Lord of the Rings, there's this idea of, take care, pumpkin. We'll see it back hopefully later. Lord of the Rings, it's like, okay, so you've got a god angel, you've got, the legendary son of, you've got a prince, an elven prince, you kind of have a dwarven prince, you have essentially the king of men, Frodo's a noble, Pippin's a noble, Merry's a noble, Boromir technically is just a guy, but he's still the son of the steward, and he's presumably the steward to be a ruler of the greatest kingdom in all of Middle Earth, Gondor. So it's like you're dealing with these like almost they're the Lord of the Rings equivalent of superheroes. And so I think it's interesting here that they're kind of focusing. It's like, hey, what about all the smaller, people? And I think that's kind of interesting for me. Thaddeus, why are you miffed with the use of Dark Ages of Europe? You don't prefer the term Dark Ages or something like that? Excuse me, I'm burping here a little bit. So right off the rip, they talk about the structure of the game. And one of the reasons that I remember being very interested in this game is this game definitely has a sort of back and forth sort of GM-driven, player-driven turn structure, which is very similar to games like Torchbearer and games like Mouse Guard, where you kind of have a player's turn and a GM turn. So we say here, story building is a fundamental component of the One Ring. And I, again, terminology is just terminology, but I've said this recently that my main enjoyment in role-playing games recently, and by that I mean over the last couple of years, has not been, challenge-based tactical combat. It has not been, outsmarting, outthinking the rule set and winning victories through combat as war. It has not been, and it almost never has been, deep character personification and, really evoking and really becoming in attuned with your character and making these very character-based decisions. What's been interesting to me is storytelling, story building, storytelling as a group, collaborative storytelling. And I care less about the characters, and I care less about the combats, and I care more about the story that we're telling, this unique story that's going to arise from the 4 or 5 of us getting together and rolling some dice and kind of figuring out where the story goes. And rather than just picking what we like best, the dice potentially tell a different story than one that we may have otherwise chosen. And the key being here is not, and I like that they use this term, it's not a storytelling game. It's a story building game. It isn't about hearing a story being told, but about creating it over the course of the game as a result of the interaction between the lore master, which is a great name for the game master, by the way, and the player heroes at the gaming table. So they're saying that the point of this is to build stories together. And then they say to facilitate this creative interaction, gameplay is structured into 2 distinct phases. So they're clearly stating that this isn't just done willy-nilly. These 2 phases are here in order to facilitate this specific creative enterprise, which I think is a really great way to sort of say, hey, this is why you should use what we have created. An adventuring phase, usually taking the largest part of a session, or even multiple sessions, and a closing fellowship phase, addressing in detail what in other games is often called downtime. Now, of course, we understand that this is part of the whole process of the Lord of the Rings experience when we think about the movies, right? The characters have these harrowing journeys followed by sort of extended period of rest and recovery and, elements to that. Now, one of the things that I think is really interesting here is that Lord of the Rings, the Legendarium of Tolkien takes place over an incredibly long time span. I have not watched the War of Power series, and I've been told I'm the better for it. I'm sure I'd be one of those people that would have some issues with it. But one of the things that I know that they show is that the fall of Ost and Idhil in Eregion, where Celebrimbor is shown as like a battle that takes place over the course of like a day or a week. In reality, it took like 50 years for Sauron to get the Rings of Power, the lesser Rings of Power, right? The 16. It took 50 years, 50 years. That's how long that took. Back in the first age, when the elves sieged Angband, which is where, or not Angband, but when the elves sieged Morgoth's palace, whose name escapes me, they were there for like 300 years. That's how long the siege was. Things happen in this, this game or this world at a very slow pace. Even in the beginning of the novel, in the movie, right? Gandalf shows up, tells Frodo. Frodo leaves that night, and Gandalf goes, "Oh, you could know hobbits and know all about them in an afternoon, but after 100 years, you could still be surprised by them." Well, in the book, like Frodo engages in this elaborate deception scheme where he like sells his house and he puts a friend of his like as a fake cover, and it takes him like years before he leaves with the ring. So things happen very slowly. But once Frodo actually does leave the Shire, the events of the Lord of the Rings take place over the course of roughly a year. And that is just like really out of spec with the pace that things happen in the world of Middle-earth. Things happen very, very slowly, as they tend to do in the real world too, just because of the lack of instantaneous communication and instantaneous travel. So I like this idea that in this game, they really are encouraging you to be playing this game for years. Jackal says I was correct. Angband. All right, cool. All right. I was correct and I didn't even know I was correct. That's the best part. Thank you, Jackal. Yeah, maybe it was Angband. So this idea that your characters, your company of adventurers, this isn't set up. This game is not set up to do the Lord of the Rings style Hail Mary quick blitz to the finish. This is about all those other smaller, long tail things that are going on for an extended period. I mean, I think when Aragorn and Gandalf, this happens before the Lord of the Rings books begin, are looking for Gollum. They hunt down Gollum. They kind of breeze past this in the movie, but they find him. They catch up with him. But they're hunting him for like, I don't even know, like a year, 2 years. They're like together, like Gandalf and Aragorn are like trying to hunt down Gollum. They're now making a movie about it, apparently. Anyways, my point is that's twice as long as the entire Lord of the Rings took. What's up, Agile Monk? Good to see you. So anyways, following this structure, the gameplay will see the player heroes take place in a significant chain of events and follow them through to a conclusive resolution. The adventuring phase is placed as a series of scenes, connecting sequentially in a wider narrative arc. A scene is a single episode focusing on the company or part of it facing some kind of challenge, preparing for a challenge, or recovering from it. And again, this is very much phrased in a very Burning Wheel kind of mouse guard way. It is up to the lore master to initially frame each scene, especially those that are putting the company in danger. So this is really basically saying that during the adventuring phase, the lore master is kind of the one being kind of proactive and saying, this is the challenge in front of you. This is the danger, right? Whether you're preparing for a challenge, recovering from a challenge, or again, actually engaging in that challenge. So the lore master describes the location, who's there, then they define the challenge. And then the players proceed to describe how their characters react to the situation. And again, this is basically kind of structuring this game in a way that, it's designed to be like, hey, the lore master, the game master, kind of takes charge of the situation. And I think this is a skill that more GMs need to master, I personally think, which is this idea of framing your game and framing those scenes. What's up, Agile Monk? Just want to pop in and show my love. Well, your love is felt, Agile Monk. I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, it was 7 years they searched for Gollum. Yeah, so it's a long-ass time. In particular, players need to choose what actions their player heroes take to investigate and resolve the challenges facing them. Players have full control over what their heroes do and how they do it, but it is the lore master that determines how every part of the world, from the creatures and the characters to the environment, react. In general, to play out a scene and determine its consequences, the lore master and the players need nothing more than common sense and the rules concerning action resolution. A notable exception are those scenes that require the application of the rules for combat, counsel, or journey. And I like this way of approaching, it's a very PBTA style way of framing gaming, which is, it's a conversation. The players will say to do something, and we basically just make a common sense decision, and we say, yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens. Sometime, occasionally you might have to make an action check if you want to make an action check. Hey, Irish Writer.
Irish Writer tipped $5. Thank you for the depth of analysis. It's so valuable to me and others.
Well, Irish Writer, I appreciate you. Glad you're able to catch it on live. First time. Really, really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. Yeah, and again, nights like tonight is just me. Again, I woke up late. I didn't really do much today. I was feeling a little bit nervous or anxious today with my panic disorder. I don't really have full out panic attacks, but some days are just I feel a little bit more anxious than others. So, it's just kind of it's always nice to get on here and hang out with you guys. So I really appreciate it. But in PBTA, we have this concept that, the players say what they're going to do, and you just respond back and forth, and we just use common sense, and maybe occasionally we make an action check, which is basically just a skill check. The exception to that is if we have to use the rules for combat, counsel, or journey. And then the game basically says, hey, look, this is a game. We do have mechanics. People are going to make characters, and they are going to make decisions, and, we should respect that. And when the time comes to use these rules, we should use them. And we were just talking about that, but here you go. Here's a sidebar about the passage of time. One evening spent playing maybe a single day or skim over a month or more of their career. During most adventuring phase sessions, gameplay is articulated in shorter, focused scenes that require players to describe in detail what they're doing. Time passes slowly, with the players often tracking what happens in a single day, with the exception of maybe journeys or sieges. Time passes much more quickly during a fellowship phase, when the lore masters and the players adopt a broader approach to narration. This is best suited for dealing with endeavors that occur off-screen. Weeks or months may pass before a new adventuring phase begins, and a special type of fellowship phase, Yule, which is literally winter phase, right? if you know Mouse Guard and you know Torchbearer, also deals with the advancement of the chronology of game, the Tale of Years. And TLDR, Yule is Christmas time, and the Tale of Years is your character gets a year older. And I think it's kind of crazy how many people I have met who basically have said along the lines, I have never had a player character have a birthday. Every campaign I have ever played in, whether I went from level 1 to 20 or whether, we got to level 6 and we stopped playing, the campaign broke up. In some cases, the campaign may have taken place over months. And sometimes, in some cases, the campaign may have taken 12 months, 18 months in real life. But they go, but in world, it was probably, 2 months, 3 months, maybe 6 months. And it's so many people I have met over the last 5 years of doing this, and people at, cons and stuff who basically say, yeah, I've never had a character have had a birthday. I've never had a game that really embraces this sort of long duration of things. Pendragon, which I think is a really cool game, really also embraces this idea of, your character might die of old age during a campaign. And I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool. Personally. So when the adventuring phase is concluded, a fellowship phase starts with the players narrating what their characters do when they finally return from their adventuring to rest. It is now the lore master's turn to act reactively by listening to the players' propositions and wishes and making sure that the rules are correctly applied. During a fellowship phase, the players present to the lore master their ideas and intentions, choosing where they're going to rest and deciding what they will do when they are there. So again, we've talked about this before with Mouse Guard, but this really sort of creates a proceduralism to this game where during the fellowship phase, the players make a decision and months pass and they kind of the ones calling the shot. But then once you hit that adventuring phase, which again could take 1 or 2, maybe 3 sessions, you're kind of on the back foot. The lore master is the one who is throwing curveballs at you. You're at the plate and it's going to be your decision to swing, to not swing, to bunt. But the person calling the shots, is the pitcher, is the lore master. And I think it's very neat. And I think it could be very helpful in some ways for people to understand what role and what phase we're in. If you've watched our Torchbearer games, you'll see that sometimes earlier on, sometimes players would say things like, oh, I want to do this and this and this. And I would say, this is not the time for it. You guys are in the adventuring phase right now. You're in the dungeon. You're on the grind. That isn't a dungeon activity. That is not an adventuring phase activity. That is a camp activity, or that is a town activity. That's the sort of thing that you do, on your time. And the players very quickly got into this sort of, cool habit of really looking forward to their camp or their town phase. It was something that, they kind of looked forward to because it was their time to sort of to shine, which I think is really, really cool. So cool little art there. Looks like maybe like the Witch King or something. So usually an adventuring phase will last 2 to 3 sessions, followed by a fellowship phase wrapping up what happened thus far. After a few games, what happens in the 2 phases will become more and more intercorrelated. The events from the adventuring phase will lead to the players making certain decisions in the fellowship phase, and in turn, the lore master will find it easier to tie the next adventuring phase into what happened in the fellowship phase. So basically, it's just a yin-yang situation. The lore master, challenges the players and pushes on them in the adventuring phase, and then the players react and create, take action in the fellowship phase, which in turn informs what the GM is going to do in the following phase, which is really cool. And it just clearly puts people, hey, am I in the driver's seat right now? Yes or no? And I think that can be very, very helpful for that proceduralism. Now, do you have to be slavishly devoted to this? No, but I do think I think again, it says this structure, ignore it at your own peril, right? Because as it says, to facilitate this interaction, gameplay in the One Ring is structured into 2 distinct phases. So this back and forth is designed to help you storytell. It may not be the best thing for simulating the real world, but it's certainly good for storytelling. And again, we get into the conversation here. A game session takes the form of a continuous conversation. There are no turns, and the dialogue alternates between the lore master and the players in collaborating to bring a series of scenes to life. You just tell them what you do and what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. In game terms, this is called an action. Then the lore master proceeds to evaluate whether to grant them what they wanted or if it requires a die roll. Boop, boop, boop. Very basic. So the One Ring uses a set of dice, and I think I really like what they did here with this dice system. It's not quite it's not the year zero engine, and it's not just a D20 system. And I would be lying to you if I didn't say that this kind of in some ways it reminds me of the variant rule from D&D 5th edition, where you can roll your proficiency bonus as a die. So in this game, instead of rolling a D20, you roll a D12. And then instead of adding +2, okay, you add a number of D6. So your proficiency bonus in 5th edition is just a die. But in this game, you could have multiple things that basically give you proficiency. And each one adds a D6 to your roll. So that alone, so that's how you generate a total value, right? And rolling high is good, rolling low is bad. So it is a number versus a DC, which we're all pretty comfortable with. But there's a couple of really interesting things about it, which is one is, again, you could just use a normal 12-sided die. But the 12-sided die, the 11 and the 12 space have been replaced with the Eye of Sauron, and the 12 has been replaced with the Gandalf rune. Okay. And basically, they aren't, they have special effects in the game. So it's like we're rolling a D20, but we're replacing the 20 and the 1 with a special symbol. And in some ways, they kind of represent a critical hit and a critical miss, but that can change a little bit. So instead of it just being a straight up number, it's this symbol, right? So that's cool because it means that we're rolling a die, but we're getting, it is a reason I like this game, Pumpkin. It is D12 based and I really like it. But one of the things that I think is really cool, and we'll get into this later on, but if you get the Gandalf rune, your character automatically succeeds, right? It's automatic success. If you roll the Eye of Sauron, it's treated as a 0. Now remember, you're still going to be rolling potentially 1, 2, 3, 4 D6, so you still might succeed. Okay, but it's treated as a 0. But there's a condition that you can gain in the game called miserable. And if your character is currently suffering from misery, then the Eye of Sauron goes from being a 0 to a automatic failure. And I really like this mechanic. The reason I like this mechanic is because instead of making all of your rolls worse, which is a great way to make it so that you have a death spiral, it makes what was already a shitty roll, a 0, into an automatic miss. Now, as I said before, you could be rolling a lot of D6s and roll the Eye of Sauron, which counts as a 0, and still roll enough on your, you roll 4d6 and you get 15 and pass the check. Cool. Great. But, obviously rolling a 0 is not great. And, you're more likely to fail if you roll a 0 than if you roll a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10. But I like that when they penalize you with this miserable status, instead of being like, hey, all of your rolls get worse, and so now you can't succeed, they say, we're going to lower your worst roll. We're going to make your worst roll worse. Now, we all have been playing TTRPGs for a long time. It is absolutely the case that will feel like a debuff, because you now know that you have a 1 in 12 chance of rolling the Eye of Sauron and now automatically failing, regardless of how many dice you roll. So that is absolutely a debuff. But I like it because it means that if we roll a 5 and a bunch of our D6s, we still succeed. It doesn't lower our ceiling. Okay. The highest we can roll is unaffected, right? It's only hurting us on what was already bad. And I love this because one of the problems with a lot of games is when you start applying conditions to people, it creates death spirals. We talk about this all the time in games where, and when you look at a game like Pathfinder 2, if you apply, a condition that gives people a penalty, say frightened or sickened, that is definitely a penalty and it'll definitely be a problem. But I would say 99% of the time, those conditions don't last past the fight. So in Pathfinder 2, if you say, your character is frightened 2 permanently, basically, you are taking 2 points off of all of their rolls. And now you have shifted the entire average set of their rolls down by 2. And that is a significant numerical disadvantage, especially if you have something like that as compounding. Whereas giving them a penalty where they're already lower, I think is brilliant, because what it does is it allows you to wear your party members down, but not make it so that they go, well, we suck, and now we're definitely going to fail. The problem is that when the going gets tough, the tough get going, but not in role-playing games, because in role-playing games, when the going gets tough, your characters suck, and now they're going to fail all the fucking time. Even though that's when, that's what heroes do. When the going gets tough, they go in there and they still manage to pull ahead. So yes, it is definitely less of a debuff than if you lowered everything, and definitely don't get me wrong. There are mechanics in place that you could use if you really wanted to penalize them bar none across the entire spectrum. But I think it's really unfortunate because, we're so used to these game states where people just, they get beat up to all hell. And then the cool narrative thing to do would be to push on. But mechanically, the game is basically screaming at you to go long rest and recover all of your stats, because there's no way that you're going to be able to succeed at fighting the boss fight because you're in a fucked up state. That's exactly right, B. From a mathematical perspective, it lowers the average the same amount, but it does that by making the bad times worse than the good times bad. Exactly. It makes bad worse, but it leaves the good just as good. It doesn't touch good. Good is unaffected. And we're actually going to see that later with another condition called weary. All right. I love that. I saw this in the starter set, and I thought this was fantastic. We've seen directives like this before, but I just think that this game is very well written. When to roll. To put it simply, the lore master should only ask for a die roll if there is a possibility that their action might fail. If the description of an action does not leave any doubts about its outcome, there is no need to make a roll. The action should succeed automatically. So step 1 is, can they fail? If they can't fail, we're not rolling the dice. In some ways, this is the classic. That's a great idea. Torchbearer calls this the good idea rule, where if somebody set up a situation where, why are we rolling? If they can't fail, why are we rolling? So step 1, if the player's chosen action and if the description of an action does not leave any doubts about its outcome, then there's no need to make a roll. This screams at you that what the player is saying, how they're saying it, how are they approaching this action, what are they doing in the fiction matters. Because if the description of an action does not leave any doubts to its outcome, we don't have to make a roll. Full stop. Okay. Obviously, if somebody goes, I diplomacy them, you're like, okay, well, there is definitely a possibility that could fail. You did not give me any, you left me with plenty of doubts about whether or not this action might succeed. But if somebody gives you a really solid description of an action, that doesn't have to be in character, by the way, then we don't have to make a roll. But this is not all there is to it. Resorting to a roll should be considered exclusively if the action or its goal falls into one of the following instances. Danger. Roll if the action is dangerous. 2, knowledge. Roll if the action aims to obtain information that is not immediately available. 3, manipulation. Roll if the action intends to influence one or more uncooperative lore master characters. If what the heroes ask of the lore master characters matches their motives, do not roll. So this is something where the NPCs in the One Ring are all written with these motives. And it reminds me in some ways of Legend of the Five Rings, which gives you, modifications to the DC in order to interact with an NPC if you target the right approach. But TLDR, this is also kind of an element of the negotiation system from Draw Steel. Obviously, this game is 5 years old or 4 years old. But basically, if what the players do matches the NPC's published motive, you don't have to roll. Full stop. Because, they pushed the right secret button. And as a result, we do not roll. So this breakdown here is really, really cool because it basically breaks it down that if the players have a great description of an action and it sounds like there's no risk, then we don't need to roll. But, we should only roll if it's dangerous, if they are gaining knowledge that is not available, immediately available, and manipulation. And that's only if they don't target their motives. So basically, the lore master, again, this is the basics of a conversation. The lore master describes a situation, requiring the players to make decisions. The players investigate the situation, considering their options. Once decided, they choose their action and describe it. The lore master evaluates the plan of the players and adjudicates whether to just say yes or ask for a die roll. And that's it. And the way that the game is set up is the lore master is going to keep framing scenes one after another until the players either achieve their goal or the players go to a fellowship phase. So it is really set up in a scene-by-scene manner, right? It's not like we turn the camera on and we leave it on 24/7. And the players have to literally describe every single thing that they do, So I think that's really, and again, in the adventuring phase, right, the GM is the one kind of steering the ship because they're the ones that are going to be describing the situation that forces the players to make decisions. So again, this procedural breakdown works really well in Torchbearer. It works really well in Mouse Guard, and it's really cool to see it sort of transitioned out of Burning Wheel and put into a different game system. So at this point, this chapter here is about making rolls. So let's talk a little bit about making rolls because I think that this is really interesting too. Okay, so now again, this is a form fillable basis. The motive clause in manipulation feels like a clean, less gamey version of Draw Steel's negotiation stuff. Absolutely, B. Absolutely. It is far less gamey. Like, look, if all the NPC cares about is making sure his people can get out alive, get out safely. If the players come in with an attempt to manipulate or persuade this NPC, and their whole shtick revolves around making sure the people get out safely, why are we rolling? That it kind of defeats the whole purpose. And I love the idea. The NPCs in this game are pretty succinctly described. I mean, if they're not combative NPCs, let me see if I can pull one out here from the starting book. I'm sure they're in the book, the core book, but I don't know where they are. Because obviously if they have, combat stats, they're a little bit more beastie. Spend too much time looking. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll get to it later. But long story short, the NPCs are basically very, very, very simple. They just don't really have stats. All they have is like, what are their motivations? So let's talk really quick about. Well, to be clear, this game does have something called the council phase, right? So there's 3 scenes. There's 3 types of scenes where the game basically says you should use the rules, and we go from less of a conversation, right? Everything that we've read so far has been about conversation. But remember what that described is that when the players describe what they are doing, it's basically just a back and forth, and maybe the GM asks for an action roll, right? But it says the rules said the exception to this is for combat, council, or journey. And this is sort of distinguishing the difference between persuading an NPC versus a council with a capital C, you know? So the way this game works is you have 3 stats. Now, it is my understanding that in first edition, by the way, I love these stats, and we can talk about these. I love the stats and I love the skills, but we can talk about this in a minute. So they are strength, heart, and wits. Now, in the original version of the game, first edition, strength was called body. So when you see strength, it's very easy, and I made this mistake when I first read the game, is to think of it in terms of physical, D&D strength. It is not that, okay? It is your physical stat. It is literally your body stat. It is your, well, no, it makes more sense now more than ever, Thaddeus, because now that we know that strength isn't strength, strength is the body stat, right? And just like we always say, right? What do we say? We say, right? Body, mind, and spirit, right? Or body, heart, and mind. Well, we have 3 stats. We have strength, the strength of your body, your heart, your spirit, your ability to not waver and to make connections, and then wits, right? Your cleverness, your intelligence, your ability to sort of perceive. So we have these 3 stats: strength, heart, and wits. Why did they change it to strength, though? So the reason I think they changed it to strength is because I think calling it strength feels more Tolkien-esque than calling it body. I think body sounds like an RPG stat. In Tolkien's Legendarium, they would talk about someone as being of great strength. And they don't necessarily mean that they're, deadlifting 450 kilos. They're talking about their strength of body. They're talking about their physical aura. They're talking about the strength of their voice. So I think calling it body sounds a little bit too gamey. And I think calling it strength feels more Tolkien-esque. That's my thought why they changed it. But I will admit, coming from D&D, when I first read this back in the first look, I made the same mistake. So when you make your character will have a rating in each of these 3 stats. So 4, you can see here, is fair. A 2 is poor. A 6 is good. And an 8 is great. During character creation, I don't think anyone can have a 2 or an 8. But I do think there are some, races and classes or whatever that can have 7s and 3s, I think. So let's say our strength is fair, our heart is good, and our wits is right there in the middle at 5. Okay. That's our strength score. Our strength rating is 4. Our heart rating is 6. Our wits rating is 5. That does come up occasionally, but it's not super important. What is important is your target number. So this is where the game actually goes a little Dragonbane-y and gets a little bit Call of Cthulhu-like or basic role-playing, but more Dragonbane-y because it uses, but it's not roll under. So I don't even know what it is. It's weird. The target number for all of our strength checks is 20 minus our rating. So our strength rating is 4. So our target number is 16. Our heart rating is 6, so 14. And our wits rating was 5, so 15. That is the DC that we always have to beat when we are making a strength test, when we are making a heart test, or we are making a wits test. The GM does not set DCs. So the DC is static to your character. Now, it's not roll under, right? Because we're rolling D12 plus some number of D6. And that's very cool because, I've seen this work very well in Dragonbane where characters know, okay, my skill is 16. I need to roll a 16 or less. Right? But instead of it being roll under, it's equal to or above, right? So it's still like a D20 game, right? Where you're, we're rolling a D12, we're adding some D6s, but everybody's individual target number is the same or is different. Okay. So it's, yes, Jake of Online, that is actually 100% right. It is basically static DC 20, and you're just always adding your rating. Correct. But it's avoiding all modifiers. Okay? Now remember, when we make an action roll, we're rolling a D12 against this number. So we're not likely to succeed. By the way, we'll see this in the rule book, but the game does say basically at the beginning of your character's career, it's going to be a little tough. So these are our skills. And I think these are so cool because of the way that they are organized. These are all the strength skills. All of these skills, awe, athletics, awareness, hunting, song, and craft, will be used against DC 16 or TN 16. All of these skills in hearten, travel, insight, healing, courtesy, battle will go against heart. And persuade, stealth, scan, explore, riddle, and lore will go against 15. The number of ranks in a skill that you have, let's say we had 2 boxes in awe and 3 boxes in hunting. That is how many D6s that we will add, they're called success dice, to our D12 roll. So if we are making a hunting check, we're going to roll D12 plus 3D6, and we have to beat 16. And that's it. It's pretty much basically the gist of the game. Obviously, there's some exceptions to this. But what I do think is really cool is how each column ties to strength, heart, or wits. But each row also has a sort of theme, okay? Like if we look at the first row, awe, enhearten, persuade. The first row are all social skills. So, as you can see here, these are the ways that a character might influence another character or another NPC. It's just using different motivations or different methodologies, right? The next column is more about, movement and, getting around, athletics, travel, stealth. The third row is about gaining information, awareness, insight, scan, okay? And so on and so forth. And that's why when we originally were talking about this, we thought it was really weird that song was under strength. It's not under strength. Yes, the amount that you can bench press has nothing to do with your ability to sing or, blow a horn across the battlefield. Remember, strength is your physical ability. It's the power of your body as a whole. And obviously the power of your voice, your ability to blow a clear note that, echoes across the entire, Rohirrim is obviously tied to your physical prowess. So this is a really, really cool system. And I really, really like the way that this system works. And we're going to get more into the details of it, but this is basically the gist of it. And I think that's really, really neat. So again, you can, as the game goes on, you'll be able to increase your rating. And as you do so, you'll bring this target number down. But Jake, I completely agree with you. Having a skill for each attribute in every category is a great way to let everyone be involved in something, but in different ways. And that is the brilliance of this skill system, is that if we are out, if we're out journeying, everyone can be doing something. Maybe you're hunting, maybe you're healing, maybe you're exploring. The other thing is, your heart may be poor. So your target number is 17, which is not great. But remember, if you end up having, 3 dice in healing, you're getting an average of 3.5 per D6. So this is 10.5 right here. And a D6 is 6.5. So 10.5 plus 6.5 is 17. So that means on average, your character will still be able to succeed at their healing checks, even though they aren't the most, empathetic, spiritual, in touch with their inner child. They're just really fucking skilled at healing. So you can make up for that through skill usage. It's not, you're not just completely boned because you have this. And a D12 doesn't have as much random volatility as a D20, but there's still a lot of, swinginess there. So I think that's really, really cool. Okay. So determining who's going to make the roll is easy if the action is being chosen by the players, but it's less so if it's being made as a reaction to something described by the lore master. In general terms, it is highly advisable to have a single player make a roll, except when something involves everyone in the group. To do so, the players simply choose the player hero who is best suited to the task at hand, eventually applying the rules for support. So this is very much a game where they basically say, unless it's very specifically a group check, which the game does have rules for, discuss who should make the check. And, whoever's best, whatever that means, that's the person who kind of represents the whole group for this check. So which ability to use depends on what type of roll you're making. The most common roll is a skill roll. Skill rolls are required whenever the player hero attempts to do something that can be accomplished using one of the 18 skills on your sheet. Combat rolls are when you're involved in a fight. Use your combat proficiencies. And then shadow tests, which is when you are affected by the power of the shadow. So you're going to roll 1 feat die, which is the D12, plus a number of success dice, which are the D6, and total it up and compare it to the target number. So that's it. In general, if the rolled total is equal to or greater than the TN, they have succeeded. Otherwise, they have failed. A success means that you achieve their goal, while a failure means that something went wrong and that the desired goal was not achieved. Sometimes the rules state explicitly what happens, while others may require some creativity from the players and the lore master. Now, what's interesting in here, in any case, the consequences of both a successful and a failed roll always determine a well-defined change in gameplay. So again, there's very much a strong PBTA style element here. Failure should never be nothing happens, right? That is full stop. And so that I think is really, really, really important. And this is something that I think a lot of people struggle with in general, not even just normal games, but even like in Daggerheart and stuff like that. And even inside of combats, I think this is something that's really important, which is, we talk about dynamic elements, and, the game should always change. Now, Thaddeus, it is true that elves are very powerful, as they should be. I think the problem, and I could be wrong here, and I think the game even says that it's designed, I don't remember where I read this. I think the game says it's designed to be played in like no less than 20 sessions. I think it says that somewhere. So the thing about elves, Thaddeus, is they're really, really, really bad at recovering from shadow or gaining hope. They're really bad at gaining hope. So if you're playing a very short game and, your elf has 10 hope or 12 hope, and you're just going to burn all your hope and it doesn't matter because the game is only going to be 2 or 3 sessions. Yes, I think the elf would be very powerful in a one-shot type scenario. So, yeah. All right. True. Right. I'm also kind of okay with elves being OP because they are OP. I mean, if I'm playing Lord of the Rings, I mean, part of me kind of wants, the characters to be kind of powerful and broken if they're an elf. As a rule, players can only attempt anything that is resolved with a die roll only once. Succeed or fail, they have done their best. So this is something that I just came across, which I did not know when I originally looked at this game. Now, it's kind of an optional rule, but one of the things that they bring into this game, and I didn't realize this, is, normally the game is clear cut, right? The rules for actions on 17, which is what we were just on, page 17, allow players to determine what they get when they succeed at their die rolls. Failing indicates something went wrong and the player heroes didn't get what they wanted. Sometimes things aren't so clear cut. While most instances may be so tranquil that even failing a roll doesn't spell complete disaster, sometimes the circumstances surrounding a skill roll are so adverse that failure means something bad happens. And this is something I absolutely love. Tangent. My hands. One of the things I've often talked about what I love about Blades in the Dark is that when you change position and effect in Blades in the Dark, you are changing how much the players get when they succeed. That's effect. And you're changing how bad it is if they fail. But what you aren't changing is their percent probability that they succeed or not. In other words, in Blades in the Dark, if I want to make something really tough, I might say your effect is limited and your position is desperate. So if you do roll badly, the consequences will be very severe. But normally, when we think in terms of D20 games, we think of in terms of, oh, that's a really bad position, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to make the DC 4 points higher, 5 points higher, 6 points higher, 10 points higher. I'm going to give you disadvantage. And what that does is it means that when they do fail, the consequences might be the same, but they're just more likely to fail. It's not that isn't realistic. I just don't know that it's really interesting. I don't think it's really fun. So what I love about Blades in the Dark is that I can tell people, hey, you're in a desperate position. You're in a risky position. You're in a controlled position. And while that doesn't affect the percent chance that they are going to succeed, it does give the check a degree of mechanical texture that gives it more nuance and more bite in the game system. So if the GM wants to give skill rolls an additional layer of description, the lore master may choose a risk level. Now they call this risk level, and I didn't know that this rule existed until today. So a risk level looks an awful lot like position. So this really excites me because it means that this game basically has position. So you have standard, hazardous, and foolish. And it doesn't affect the DC because the DC is determined by the player's stats. What it does do, though, is if they fail the roll, what happens? And we see here that in a standard risky situation, if they fail, it might just be that they didn't accomplish what they were setting out to do. Or the GM may offer them success at a cost, or what they call here, success with woe, right? So it's basically either no, or it's yes, but. If the risk level is hazardous, on the other hand, and they fail, now it's a failure with woe. So it's you didn't succeed and something bad happens. And if the risk level is foolish, then the result can be a disaster. When setting the risk level higher than standard, the lore master should always warn players that what they are attempting is more dangerous, describing what actually makes that action particularly hazardous, so the players can see more clearly the potential. Always outline the stakes before you allow the players to roll. Don't let them make the decision foolishly. And as, by the way, for examples, they give if you're a standard risky level might be, climbing a tall tree, eluding the watch of a bounder in the Shire, whereas a foolish risk level picking the pockets of a hungry troll, playing a riddle game with a dragon, or bandying words with an angry wizard. Commander Snookums. Derek, isn't that kind of qualitative adjustment to resolution take more GM skill, ethics, and brain power, contributing to decision fatigue, potentially leading to incongruent results? Commander Snookums, it does require more skill, but Commander Snookums, couple of things. Number one, you don't have to set DCs, so in theory, you get all of that brain power back. Number two, the game itself even suggests that most things should be standard risky, unless there's a specific reason why it shouldn't be. So it's easy enough, and I don't think you could be faulted if you just made everything or nearly everything standard risky. So it's really just it's an optional tool in your toolbox that if you want to use it. And again, too, Commander Snookums, you're not actually changing the risk or the percent chance the players are going to succeed. So it does require a little bit more of it allows the GM to put their touch, because there might be a situation that Commander Snookums, you might call it hazardous, but maybe I would have called that situation foolish. And I don't view that as a bad thing. I think GMs being able to put their, thumbprint onto the game is a good thing because you are running your game. And I like that. And that's something that Blaze in the Dark is very much known for. And again, you're not obfuscating anything. You're letting the players know, hey, this is a hazardous, situation. So anyways, if you do the standard risk level at the lore master's discretion, the acting player can simply fail or be offered the chance to trade failure for success marred by a negative occurrence. Succeeding with woe means that the acting player succeeds, but at the cost of an unexpected inconvenience that devalues the performance, lesser effect, or that carries a negative side effect, a complication. For example, classic PBTA stuff. A player jumping across a chasm makes it to the other side, but drops their weapon or shield. The dragon didn't sniff the character out, but it moved in its sleep, and now it's blocking the exit. The intricate dwarven lock has been opened, but the magical key used to unlock it is now stuck. I mean, this is PBTA stuff 101. But codified in the game, which is awesome. And I don't need to tell you that being able to do stuff like this is really, really awesome for me. Now, additionally, if you have a hazardous, the acting player hero fails, but there's an additional serious negative consequence, such as, prey escaping a hunter whales, risking attracting the attention of more dangerous creature. An orc guard spots the hero and is now running to sound an alarm bell. Hey, take care, Thaddeus. Yeah, I mean, no system is going to be absolutely perfect, Thaddeus, by any stretch of the imagination. I'd be curious to know what your issues with the system were, because again, I find it to be very elegant in most situations. And then obviously in a disaster, not only does the roll not achieve the objective, but it causes a grievous negative event to take place. Unlike failure with woe, the negative effects of a disastrous roll cannot be presented. Okay, everybody put on your caps. So what's the distinction between failure with woe and disaster? Right? The acting player fails, and there's an additional serious negative event that adds a new concern that will be need attending to, versus, unlike failures with woe, the negative effects of a disastrous roll cannot be prevented. So what's the difference between these two? Bean Boy, nicely done.
I am strong.
It's a hard versus soft move. So failure with woe basically is you fail and the GM makes a soft move. it's setting you up for some future badness, but the future badness isn't here yet, right? You're trying to hunt something, it escapes, and it screams, risking attracting attention. The orc guard spots you, but it's now running off to sound the alarm bell. It hasn't sounded the alarm bell yet. It's a soft move, okay? The group of ruffians that you wanted to intimidate are drawing their blades. They're not attacking yet. They've just escalated the situation. Whereas in a disaster, okay, the purse that you were trying to steal from the troll sounds a warning and you're caught, all right? A hero climbing a tree to spy on the orc encampment falls right into the middle of them. So this, again, if we, and this, by the way, it's so funny. People read this and they go, oh, okay, yeah, this is very trad. This is good stuff. This is trad coded. And that's why we say that PBTA is just GMing principles. They've just given it a term so that we can talk about it. That's all. PBTA is nothing more than codifying and enumerating what we already do. So this is basically a way of codifying the 3 risk levels, as standard basically being that if you fail, or you can offer them success at a cost. If it's hazardous, they fail and you make a soft move. And if it's foolish, they fail and you make a hard move. Now, to be clear, this game isn't a PBTA game, but it's sort of representing the fact that the way that we should think about hard moves is the game is in, the players are in a foolish state. And so when they fail, the GM is probably primed to make a hard move. Now, this doesn't have the same nomenclature as PBTA, but it is set up in that capacity. So I think that's really, really interesting. Very cool stuff. And with that, with that in our back pocket, I think, for me as a game master, I feel like I have everything I need to know for making games, because I don't have to pick DCs, right? Because it's just whatever the player wanted. All right. So when we roll, how to read the dice. So when we roll the dice, we either get a 1 to 10 on a D12, and then there's 2 special icons, the Gandalf rune and the Eye of Sauron, basically the 11 and the 12. The Gandalf rune is the greatest result that you can get. When it comes up the Gandalf rune, it succeeds automatically, even if your number total isn't enough to beat the DN. So Gandalf rune equals automatic success. So 1 in 12 actions will have an automatic success. Wouldn't be an RPG if not for that. Just like in Daggerheart, right? 6.25 or whatever % crit chance. The Sauron icon, the Eye of Sauron icon, is considered to be the worst possible result. When it comes up, it is counted, that die is counted as a 0. So you could still succeed. So it's not a nat 1, but, if you said that that 1 was an automatic failure, it just counted as a 0, you're still going to fail most of the time, right? Unless you're really, really, really skilled. Makes sense, right? Now, the success dice are a little bit interesting, and we haven't really talked about them. These are the D6s. They're totally normal D6s, except, and again, you don't actually need special dice for this, but if we look at the D6s, what we will see, hold on a sec here. What we will see with the D6s is that the 6 has a little rune on it. Now that little rune doesn't matter because the rune only appears on the 6. Okay, so it literally doesn't matter. But basically, when you roll the D6 dice, they are customized so that the 1, 2, and 3 are outlined, and the 4, 5, and 6 are solid black. In addition, on the success icon, which is the symbol of a Tengwar, appears along with the number 6. So in other words, 6 is really good. So shocking. We'll get to this in a minute. Add the results of all your dice to the feat die. So for example, if we rolled a, let's say if we rolled this, can we zoom in here, Derek? I think we can. Okay. So if we roll this, I think we can go in further. Yeah. All right. So we got an 8, on our feat die, and then we got a 2, 5, and a 6. And in fact, the game even says in the text, they basically say, you know, it's pretty easy. I mean, once you know your number is 14, you just look at this and you should pretty much automatically, you don't even have to add up, because it doesn't matter how much you beat it by. It just matters that you beat it. And so at a certain point, you just kind of go, okay, yeah, I beat it. But in this case, right, our total is 21. So, and in this case, you know, our total is shit. But if we rolled the Gandalf rune, there it is, then we automatically succeeded. And if you don't have the special dice, then it's just the 12. But now if we roll the Eye of Sauron, that counts as a 0. So obviously in this case, we only have 4. So we totally failed. But if we rolled pretty well, right, we still got a 15 here. And that would beat, you know, our roll that we need to know. And remember, and this is really important, okay, all abilities used in the game are made with a target number. During character creation, you generate 3 target numbers, 1 for each attribute, putting a hero's fundamental capabilities right in front of a player's eyes. You will always know what your 3 TNs are. It's 20 minus your score. And you write that down nice and big on your character sheet. So you're going to know what your number is. You're going to know what you're aiming for before you roll the dice, which I think is really, really cool. And, you know, I've seen the power of this in games like Dragonbane, where, you know, you kind of know what you're looking to roll before you roll it. Okay? Pretty simple. Now, this thing's interesting because it says tweaking the target numbers. It's not what you think it was going to be, and I thought this was really interesting. Calculating this by taking 20 is good for medium to long campaigns, but where it holds up well. But if you're only going to run a short campaign or a one-shot game, then you might want to start with rolling having the 18 minus their stat. Basically, the 20 minus your stat is designed for a longer term game, so you can kind of grow into your skill. But if you're running a one shot, you might want to roll it with an 18. I don't know why this isn't in a sidebar, but it's kind of interesting that they actually discuss, hey, if you're not running a long-term game, if you're running a short campaign or a one shot, maybe you should consider subtracting it from 18 instead of subtracting it from 20. Now, here's another smart thing. A roll result that achieves its target number, meaning it beat the DC, or results in the Gandalf rune, which again we know means automatic success, but produces one or more of the special success icons, and again, remember, these are only on the 6 of the D6, is an outcome of superior quality. A extreme success. For example, if no success icons are scored, the action was successful, but it didn't achieve anything beyond the bare minimum. If you get a single success icon, then their accomplishment was a great success. And if you get 2 or more of the success icons, it was exceptional and memorable and extraordinary success. So again, the 6 is the only die that has this special symbol. So it really is synonymous as being, you could just say count the number of 6s that you have. But for their custom dice, they put this little symbol on here. Now, why do I like this? Well, I like this for a couple of reasons, because what it means is that we still kind of have a way to roll better than just beating our DC. But the other thing I like about it is this special symbol is only on the 6. And what that means is that if we're rolling 6s, we're probably rolling really well, which means that we're not likely. Now, we could roll a 6 and a 6 and a 1 and a 1. And in this case, our total is only 12, right? And we will have probably failed, potentially, even though we got 2 6s and 2 great successes, right? But chances are pretty good, if you're rolling double 6s, that we probably got a halfway decent roll and we're going to succeed. In other words, they put the icon that elevates your success to a great success or to an extraordinary success on the best dice. In other words, it makes your better dice better. Because if this special symbol was on the 1, it would feel bad, right? Because you'd be like, oh, cool, I'm going to get the special success, but I failed. Yeah, because you rolled a bunch of 1s. So by putting it on the 6s, you feel good about rolling sixes. And when you're rolling D6s, it feels good to feel good about rolling sixes. Pat and Toya, hello. Is the title accurate? Not sure this is D&D. Which title? Did I fuck up a title somewhere? Oh, I did on Twitch. Sorry. The One Ring second edition. On Twitch, it is fucked up. I didn't realize that. I just went with our old title. Sorry. Sorry, Padua. No, this is about the One Ring second edition, Padua. You can hang out with us, though, if you want to shoot the shit. So I think that's just really, really cool. And by the way, this uses a very generic system of just, hey, success, great success, extraordinary success. But if you want something a little bit more detailed, you can spend a success icon to, go quietly, go quick, basically apply adverbs, right, to your success. You do it quickly, you do it quietly, you do it and, spread your influence beyond just one or two people, but to the entire people. If you're doing a group check or a more complicated skill check, you can cancel a failure in a group skill check. You can score an additional success if you're counting successes. So you can get more, discreet about it. But I think it's a really, really cool system. And by the way, unlike Legend of the Five Rings, which has like an infinitely long list, as far as I could tell, this is the extent of this list. But I like having this kind of crit system where you get these special icons and then you spend them to achieve different levels of success. I think that feels really good as a player. Now, of course, it wouldn't be past 2014 if we didn't have advantage and disadvantage. And guess what? We do. So, a roll can be favored or ill-favored. If a roll is favored, you roll 2d12, keep high. And if a roll is ill-favored, you roll 2d12 and keep low. So basically, sometimes if your hero will have certain skills that are favored, and you'll have certain elements tied to your cultural virtues, like being a hobbit, or being an elf, that set your hero's capabilities beyond the usual reach. So, unlike D&D, where this is a thing that's kind of decided by the GM, right? Where the GM might say, roll that with advantage, roll that with disadvantage. In the One Ring, you roll 2d12, keep high. It's usually determined by something mechanically tied to your character itself. Right? Similarly, ill-favored is the opposite. You roll 2d12 and keep the low. And again, it is more often the source of being ill-favored comes from the special effects of a monster, basically an adversary. If your character is suffering from madness, or if you have a flaw on your character. So again, it's usually tied to something mechanical, something that's coming from a monster, something that's coming from a flaw, capital F, on your character sheet. It's not just like the GM saying like, oh, you should have, disadvantage because, it's raining or whatever. And as we saw on our character sheet, when we roll a skill check, we get these number of D6s, but there are also bonuses that can be given to us. Our people can help us. We might be in a situation where we do have an advantage situation. In this game, that is represented by bonus D6s. So bonuses are indicated in the text as gain 1 die or more, meaning that you get an additional dice to roll. Similarly, when you roll at disadvantage, is Eye of Sauron 11 lower than 1? Yes, it is. Again, if you're rolling with their official dice, right, you would always downgrade to to the Eye of Sauron. But yes, technically that is an 11. It's 2 ones, right? It's worse. It's double ones. It's not an 11. It's double ones. Additionally, your character, our character sheet, we have a reservoir called Hope. And it's not quite a meta currency. I mean, it is a meta currency, but it's kind of diegetic. It represents, because different characters and different races will have differing amounts of hope. And hope, basically, remember in Lord of the Rings, it's very, there's themes at work here, not just, quasi fantasy medieval simulator. And part of the big thing about Lord of the Rings is this idea of hope versus despair. And that's part of what makes heroes is that they have this hope, this belief that things are worth fighting for. So you have this resource called hope that you can spend. And when you spend hope, you can spend a hope, right, representing your reserve of spiritual vigor that you draw upon when confronted by difficult odds or when you need a particularly good result. A player hero about to make a die roll can spend 1 hope point to gain a d6. So if normally you would roll 3d6, you can spend a hope point to gain an additional d6. You cannot spend multiple hope points to gain multiple success dice. Okay? In some circumstances, your character may be inspired. Inspired player heroes get the benefit of spending a hero point doubly. So when you spend a hero point, you get 2d6 instead of 1d6. And again, inspiration can be achieved mainly through the invocation of your distinctive features or as a result of your cultural virtue. In other words, it's tied to some mechanical choice that you made on your character sheet. And depending on your character's calling, their class, or their race, there is going to be instances where your character says, hey, this is something I particularly care about, and I could spend a hope and get 2 dice for that. Now, the reason why I say it's not quite like a hero point or inspiration is because heroes appealing to their hope too often must beware, though, for they run the risk of depleting their spiritual energies and becoming miserable. TLDR, if you spend too much of your hope, your character can become miserable. And if your hope is too low, when you are miserable, we've said this before, but when you're miserable, this Eye of Sauron, like if this was our roll, we got a 15 on the D6, and we roll the Eye of Sauron, which is a 0. But we still got a 15, right? 0 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 is 15. But if you're miserable and you roll the Eye of Sauron, it's an automatic failure. So once you've spent too much of your hope, this Eye of Sauron goes from a 0 to an automatic failure. And there is something about that game mechanic that I find just perfect because it just feels right. That your character has been spending, literally, your character has spent all their hope. And so they are now miserable, right? The weight of everything that's happening to them, their hope has run out. And now they are miserable. And now the Eye of Sauron, that oppressive nature of the shadow of the twilight of the third age of Middle Earth weighs down upon you. And now it becomes automatic failure. It's almost like the Eye of Sauron's power was already kind of bad. It was a 0. But when you're miserable, when you've given up hope, now the Eye of Sauron's power becomes truly known, right? Which is this idea that as long as you have hope, Sauron isn't that bad. But if you run out of hope, then the power of Sauron becomes manifest. And I think that's just so fucking thematic. And I think it's just, it works on a mechanical level, but I just think it works on such a strong thematic level, which I think is just so cool. Additionally, another hero can help you when you're making a skill roll. And what I love about this game is, unlike 5th edition or Pathfinder 2, where you can just help for free, they have to spend a point of hope to help you. So in other words, helping is great in RPGs, except when it's free and everybody does it all the time. And so by making it cost a point of hope, I think that's really good because it means that helping is a choice, not an automatic, we should do it automatically every time. To be fair, a player hero may support another one only if the circumstances allow it, and only if the supporting hero possesses at least one rank in the appropriate skill. Whether a skill is deemed appropriate to the supporting action is up to the lore master. Only one hero can help by spending hope to support the hero. So you can't chain help. You can only help with one time. And again, you have to have at least one rank in a skill that feels like it would be appropriate to help in this situation. Now, this is the core of the game, right? As a GM, there may be situations where you may apply penalty dice, giving them less dice. Usually penalties come from situational disadvantages, like suffering a complication or a less aggressive stance in combat. So basically, this is how the GM can sort of indicate that your character is sort of, on hard times. You don't really modify the TN, but what you could tell the player is, hey, because of your stance in combat, you might be in a defensive stance. I might say, hey, your attack loses 1 dice. And so instead of rolling 3d6, you would only roll 2d6. Now, this is what Thaddeus was talking about earlier. This is a particularly interesting mechanic that I don't think we've seen in too many games. Magical success. Magic in Lord of the Rings is very subtle, it's very rare, and it's very powerful. Enchanted artifacts like magic rings and cloaks and ancient spells and uncanny power can allow a player hero to exceed the possibilities of mere mortals. Player heroes possessing a magical talent or artifact can spend 1 point of hope before a skill roll to achieve a magical success. That is, they pass the action automatically regardless of the target number. In game terms, the roll is made by only rolling the d6s, the success dice, just to see if you rolled any 6s and trigger a higher success, but you ignore the number. So what does this mean? In this game, if let's say you had a Cloak of Elvenkind, okay, or AKA a Cloak of Lothlorien, it doesn't give you a bonus to your stealth checks. It doesn't give you a +2 dice. It doesn't give you a +1 bonus. It doesn't, there's not like +2 boots of sneaking. Okay. If you have a magical Cloak of Elvenkind that can shield you from unfriendly eyes, all you do before making a skill roll where this magical artifact would be helpful is spend a point of hope and you succeed automatically. It is an automatic success. The only thing we roll are the D6s to see if we roll any 6s, because that would mean that we did a great success, or if we rolled 2 6s or more, it would be an extraordinary success. Oops. So basically, when you use the power of a magic item, it's a big fucking deal. And it just works. Yes, Pumpkin, I actually thought about this not too long ago when I was thinking about that there's elements here that could be really cool to use for a Wheel of Time series. Now, Wheel of Time is a little bit more magical, obviously, so you'd have to do some kind of restructuring, but there is a lot in common here. But yeah, magic items basically always do exactly what they're supposed to. Correct. If you have a magical, rope of climbing, okay, and you're using it, it gets you up the hill. It's not like treated as just like it's a +1 bonus. It makes you 5% better. No, it basically either does what it says on the tin or it does nothing. Now, obviously, it costs a resource that is cool from a game perspective. That way, it's not literally just like, okay, I've got this. I can forever pass all these checks for always. However, there is this little sidebar here. A magical success is an outcome so remarkable and unusual that it may be unsettling to folk not used for such feats or raise suspicion in individuals capable of recognizing their otherworldly nature. Moreover, overt magical effects, even when invoked for beneficial purposes, may sometimes be misinterpreted, as many associate supernatural occurrences with the working of dark sorcery. Hey, look at that. Well, okay, so why, if you think that this thing is a ban, why would you say not? All right, I got to remember how this works. All right, click on this person. I don't want to invite them, and I don't want to give them a, I don't want to make them. It's so funny when you go to like do this to person. When you go to ban somebody on Twitch, like the menu you bring up, the first thing is like make them a moderator, and I'm like, I'd not make. Why would I make this person a moderator? There we go. Cool. It makes for dramatic moments like in a story. Yeah, go figure. Exactly. Well, also, it's just like it's magical. You know, it's not. You know. Narratively, a magical success is an outcome that can hardly be mistaken for ordinary success. You have accomplished something so unnatural that it could not be accomplished without a supernatural aid. You know? Player heroes who have the chance to achieve magical successes can attempt actions that would be impossible without the aid of magic. Climbing a sheer wall of rock, jumping across a chasm 6 or more yards wide in full gear, or running on fresh snow as if it were firm sand. So this is how this game basically handles magical items or magical things and stuff like that. Is it basically gives you this ability to use your hope currency to basically can get automatic successes. Potentially running up a sword. A sword. Question for Tolkien nerds. Would you say Sting is capable of a magical success? I mean, if we want to be technical, I don't know exactly. I don't remember how the rules in this game work. But I would say this. Sting was forged in Gondolin for the Goblin Wars. So it would probably be very good at killing orcs. Yes. So we've talked a little bit about this before, but we talked about this the other night, which I really like. These are the 3 main conditions of the game: miserable, weary, and wounded. Miserable. The oppressive burden of the Twilight Age, of the Third Age, is represented by the game by their shadow rating. Heroes gain shadow points in many ways during the course of their adventures. When their shadow rating matches or exceeds their hope score, they become miserable. And remember, when you're miserable, that Eye of Sauron symbol goes from being a 0 to an automatic failure. So going back to our character sheet, right now our character has 12 hope, and we have 0 shadow. But let's say that we accumulate some shadow. We see some terrible things. We are exposed to dark sorcery. We're stabbed by a Morgul blade. We see a horrible sight as a village is burnt. We've come across a burnt village that the orcs destroyed. So now our current shadow score is 5. What this means is that if we start spending our hope, when our hope reaches 5 or lower, we become miserable. So it's not enough that our hope reaches 0. It's if our hope reaches a value equal to or lower than our shadow. So our character's maximum hope is 12. If we accumulate a ton of shadow, after we just spend a few points of hope, our character will now be miserable. And that Eye of Sauron symbol will turn on. And now anytime we roll, so now 1 in 12 of our dice rolls will be automatic failures. So this means that as a character, you are managing this resource, and you're also managing, in a sense, this resource. The actions that your character takes are going to expose them potentially to shadow, and your ability to sort of resist the darkness within you is going to be very important for your character's long-term success. But when your current hope is equal to or less than your shadow, your character is miserable. And again, when we're miserable, that Eye of Sauron turns on. Now, I love this because, like we said before, it makes the bad worse. Well, they run it back with the next condition. And this, for me, is the single greatest combination of hit points, encumbrance, and travel rules I have ever seen in a game ever. And those aren't three words that you usually stick together, but it combines hit points, encumbrance, and traveling in a way that feels amazing. And that is represented by the weary condition. All right. So let's go over to our character sheet. By the way, we can see here on this form fillable sheet that someone made, you can check weary. So let's first talk about what weary does. You'll notice on these special D6s, again, it doesn't matter because it's just the 1, the 2, and the 3, aka the lowest ones. The 1, the 2, and the 3 are sort of hollow, and the 4, the 5, and the 6 are solid. Right? When your character is weary, after you make your skill roll, any of the 1s, 2s, and 3s that you roll get removed from your total. So if your character was weary and you're rolling 3d6 plus your d12, your fate die, I rolled that kind of like ass. In this case, we are weary, so the 1 drops out. If this 4 was a 3, and this was our total, we have a 6, a 3, that's 9, 10. We have a 15. That might be a success. We drop out the 1 and the 3 because they are hollow. Basically, you lose your 1, 2s, and 3s. And we're left with a 6 and a 5. Not enough. Our success has turned into failure. Now, why is this so cool? Because what it does is it lowers your average value that you roll. It lowers your average value because what it actually is doing is it's turning 1 into 0, 2 into 0, 3 into 0. But it's leaving 4, 5, and 6 untouched. And what this means is that they have managed to lower the average, but not touched the maximum value that you can get. The ceiling stays the same. You could still roll a 6, 6, 6. You could still roll a 4, 5, 6 and get a really good roll. But you're getting rid of the 1, 2s, and 3s, which were low anyways. So what it does is it lowers the average without lowering the maximum result that you can get. So mathematically, you could think of it as lowering the average across all the dice, but it doesn't. It's concentrated in those low values. Okay? That is what weary is. Now, how do we become weary? Well, guess what? It follows the same kind of mechanics as hope. Our character has a maximum endurance. This represents our ability to, our fatigue, our ability to, keep going. We have 2 boxes called load and fatigue. Fatigue accumulates as our characters travel. As the harder our travels are, the longer our travels are, this fatigue will start to creep up. Fatigue, kind of tough to get rid of when you're out on a journey. Fatigue is the kind of thing that you really only recover when your character is in a safe, truly safe place. Other than that, it kind of sticks with you. And if things go bad on a journey, fatigue can rank up really quickly. Load is your character's encumbrance. In this game, something like a full suit of mail, I think, has a load of 12. A helm has a load of 4. And let's say that our character's longsword has a load of 3. This character with a load of 3, a helm with a load of 4, and a full suit of mail 12 16 plus 3 has a load of 19. This means that once our endurance drops below, so load plus fatigue is 24. Now, I've seen on some sheets where they have like a space where you can actually write 24. But so if our endurance, our hit points basically, at 30, we're fine. At 29, we're fine. At 25, we're fine. But once we get to 24, our character is now weary. And now we're going to drop those 1s, 2s, and 3s from our rolls. This is simple, to the point, not a death spiral, not a pain in the ass. It's a very simple, easy way of representing your encumbrance. Your encumbrance either doesn't matter or it does. Your fatigue builds up as you journey. It's so effective at making what you carry matter and also tracking the long-term debilitating effects of a long journey. And I think that's brilliant. It's simple. Could this be more complicated? Of course it could be. Is it? No. And that's awesome. And I think that's such a cool, easy way to reflect how your characters operate. And it makes the equipment choices that you take matter. And you might go like, fuck that. I could start with a full suit of mail, but I am taking the leather jerkin because I want my load to be 11, not 19, because I don't want to become weary as soon as I lose a few points of endurance once a fight starts. Also, it's definitely an epic, heroic, maybe anime style thing, but it's also sort of in Lord of the Rings. It does actually happen in a couple of moments. Something like your helm can actually be dropped during combat. And when you drop your helm, you can't drop your armor. Obviously, that takes too long. But you can drop your helm and you lose its protection. But when you drop your helm, your load immediately drops. So if our character was wearing our helmet and our endurance was 10, our character right now is weary, right? Our armor, our helmet, our weapon, we've lost too much endurance. We're weary. If we take off our helmet and drop it to the ground in a very dramatic way and the wind blows through our ears, our load immediately becomes 7. And now we are no longer weary, at least for the moment. Once we lose a little bit more endurance, we'll get that back. Now, what's cool about this game is the final condition is wounded, which is a serious injury causes you to become wounded. While losing and recovering endurance is an everyday occurrence, being wounded is a more serious predicament for adventurers and will follow them for much longer. Heroes are most often wounded in combat. TLDR, when your character basically has a few moments to recover their breath, your endurance recovers to full. But if your character becomes wounded, okay, aka you run out of endurance, it becomes much more problematic. So the game basically has like 2 forms of tracking your hit points. You sort of have the Halo shield, which is your endurance, and then you sort of have the, actual hit points, actually being wounded. So as your character is fighting and losing endurance, it's very much a representation of your character not actually being hurt yet, which I think is really, really cool. Wounded heroes who remain active risk being knocked out of combat, and you recover your endurance more slowly. Yes, it feels like stamina because it's tied to your load and your fatigue. So it very much is basically a representation, right? So a character who's been traveling for a week and a half through hellacious conditions and is wearing heavy ass armor and a heavy ass shield, the moment a fight starts, their character is going to get tired really quick and they're going to get weary. Plus, Commander Snookums, I feel like the term weary is used like 1,000 times in Lords of the Ring. In fact, even the quote at the start of this chapter is basically, a Balrog, muttered Gandalf, Now I understand. He faltered and leaned upon his staff. What an evil fortune, and I am already weary. So it's like, I feel like weary is a very Tolkien-esque term that he uses all the time. So one of the things is that I've learned from playing RPGs is I really do like for the heroes to be able to get their hit points back, quickly. I think that is actually a good situation system, PF2 style, because players, I've seen 3rd edition. I played 3rd edition. I played through Cure Light Wounds, Wand Spam. Players want to be at full hit points. They will do whatever they can do to be at full hit points. And you're kind of ice skating uphill if you try to prevent that from doing that. And people will just look at a character with like half hit points and be like, I can't do anything. But what I don't like is when hit points are the only thing in the game. Because then, unless you literally kill them, there's like no consequence to the combat. And that was what I think is really cool here. Is yes, you can get endurance back very quickly. You just catch your breath. But if your character does lose too much endurance, or you become, and as a result, you become wounded, that is something that is more telling and it sticks with you. Pathfinder 2 has wounded, and in theory, that should be a really cool really cool system. But you get it back as soon as you get to full hit points, or you get treat wound once. So it's not really a long-term debilitating effect. And so it doesn't really provide that sense of growing tension. So I think that having this ability, 4th edition, to be fair, I think had a pretty good system. 3rd edition, or 13th Age with its recoveries, because yes, you lose your hit points, but then, Draw Steel has recoveries. You lose a bunch of hit points in the fight, and then you spend a bunch of healing surges, and then you get them back. But your healing surges do dwindle down, and those aren't replaceable very quickly or very easily. And so there is that sense of that growing resource lost, But it does make it, yes, exactly, B. It makes it a lot easier to balance and determine your encounters. Philip says, so do people still go full armor in this game, or is it a trap option? Philip, I don't know the meta well enough to tell you that whether they do or they don't. I will say that, being weary isn't necessarily, the end of the world. Certainly I would hope that your character isn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I would hope that your character doesn't, I would certainly hope that your character, if you're wearing full armor, you have a high level of endurance and that you can manage it. But Philip, it does have a very subtle, I'll call it diegetic effect on the game, which is if you expect that your character is going to be doing a lot of journeying, you're probably not journeying in full armor and a helm and a shield. And that isn't the way that people actually walked around, right? Like if I know Helm's Deep is about to be besieged, I might throw on a coat of mail. And by the way, that's exactly what Aragorn does. But if I'm traveling in the wilderness, I'd love to be able to wear a full coat of armor, but I know I'm going to be accumulating fatigue. I know I'm going to be accumulating, potentially, getting into fights and losing endurance. I may go with just a simple leather jerkin, or I may go with just a simple, shield and helm rather than a full suit of mail, even if I have it available to me, simply because I'm going to be fucking, walking and traveling, through the thing. So it's, right. Think about what Faramir wears when you see him in the Two Towers, right? He's wearing that sort of Rangers of Ithilien garb. And then when he's battling to go charge into Osgiliath, he's wearing his, Gondorian full plate. So, historically, people did not walk around in their full armor all the time. And so this kind of reinforces that. It kind of makes this a point of like, if you're going to go spend the next 2 or 3 weeks wandering through the wilderness, you probably don't want to be carrying all that shit. So now B makes a great point. What does armor do again? That's a great question. We haven't even gotten to it. But the long and the short of it is armor maybe isn't as important as you might think it is. It's certainly not as important as it is in D&D or any other game. Philip says, yeah, good point. It always destroys my immersion when I remember the fighter in D&D is wearing full plate 24/7. Correct. It's just not even remotely close to how, quote unquote, real characters, would ever have worked. So I don't know that they were trying to go for like a whole, a very deep simulationist element there, but I like that it's a choice. It's not just put yourself in the best armor you can wear and forget about the choice for the rest of time. I like that. Okay. So there was a question about what does armor actually do? So let's actually look at that, because I don't want to get it wrong, and I'm not 100% sure that I know. Okay. So for starters, if we go back to our character sheet. So by the way, we can see here that you have 4 types of weapons in this game: axes, bows, spears, and swords. And that's it. So these use your strength target number. So our example character here would have a 14 that they have to hit in order to hit in combat. And this is how many D6s we roll with axes, with bows, with swords. Over here we have our armor. And you can see here that we have 2 scores: parry and protection. Parry is your ability to not get hit. And it is decided by your character class, your wits score, and if you have a shield or not. Okay? This is essentially, in D&D terms, your armor class. So armor does not affect your ability to parry. Parry is decided by your natural skill as a class with, parrying, and with your ability to your wits, and with your whether or not you have a shield. So for example, if we take a look at the champion, I'm sorry, not the champion. I'm sorry, your race. Your race actually determines this. If we take a look at a elf, okay, your parry is equal to your wits score plus 12. So as an elf, our wits could be 7 or a 6 or a 5 or a 6. So our elf could potentially have a wits of score of 6 or 7, in which case our elf has a parry score of 19. Very high. On the other hand, a hobbit of the Shire, their wits are a little lower, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, and their parry is wits plus 12. So, the hobbit might have a wit of 5 or 4, in which case their parry would be 16. A dwarf of Durin's folk, their parry is only wits plus 10. So again, if their wit score was a 4, then their parry score would be a 14. This is essentially the DC that the monster has to roll in order to hit you. Unlike player characters, where monsters don't use the same rules as players. So if we go ahead and take a look at an orc, orc. All right. We can basically see how, their stats are a little bit different than yes, I know the GM's role. It's the only thing disappointing thing about this game, unfortunately. So rather than having 3 different stats, a orc or whatever has a single value, right? So all monsters basically just have something called attribute level. So instead of having, hope or body or strength, wits, and heart, they just have one stat that basically represents all their stats, right? To be super simple, super easy. There you go. So pretty basic stuff. Any case, so a shield, if we look at what a shield does, is it like would think that there would be like a chart. Did I miss the chart? I did miss the chart. What's going on? There must be a chart somewhere. Oh, here it is. Cool. Okay. So a shield can either be a buckler, a shield, or a great shield. And the load is 2, 4, 6, and it gives you 1, 2, 3 for your shield. So yeah, you could carry around a great shield, but you know, it's going to give you a higher parry. Now, armor is either a leather shirt, a leather corselet, a mail shirt, or a full coat of mail. And a helm adds 1 more dice of protection. And you can see here that basically this protection score of dice, you know, either 1 dice, 2 dice, 3 dice, 4 dice. Remember, D is D6. What this means in the terms of, you know, how this game actually, or how this, you know, rule actually works, is armor doesn't matter until your character would be wounded. And when your character is wounded, you make a D12 plus dice roll to see if you can beat the weapons that wounding you wound score. So in other words, if you're just wearing a leather shirt and your character would be wounded and the wounding DC was 15, you would roll D12 plus 1D6. If you were wearing a coat of mail and a helm and you were wounded, you would roll 1D12 plus 5D6 to determine if your character was wounded. So basically, armor is only good if they land a blow on you. And if they land a blow on you, chances are pretty good that if without armor, your character is going to be wounded. With armor, chances are better that your character won't take a wound. Let's see here. Why boo on GM rolling? Because I'm lazy and I have a lot of other things to keep track of, and I like it. And players like to roll dice, so let them roll dice. So generally speaking, I like game systems that make the players roll all the dice. Exactly, B. I'd rather have the players roll to dodge than the NPC to attack. To be fair, you could probably twist this around somehow. Did Daggerheart get that from this game? Single difficulty number for enemies, or is that a common thing in RPGs? I mean, I don't think it's unique to this game, but it's not that common. So I'll say that, Philip. It's not that common. So the long and the short of it is, you know, you might not ever actually need armor if your character is, skilled and whatever, skilled enough. So wearing a helmet and removing it to avoid weary is pretty pointless. No, it's extremely pointful. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. Why would you say it's pointless, Cinnabos? I mean, yes, you lose the dice of protection that the helm gives you, but then your character isn't weary, so that might be worth the trade-off, especially if your character doesn't get hit. So if your character doesn't get hit, then you don't have to worry about getting wounded. And the helm doesn't actually affect your ability to get hit. So, Chapter 3 is making a character. The game has a couple different races. Let's see here. So you can be Bardings from the land of Dale. You can be a dwarf of Durin's folk, an elf of Linden, a hobbit of the Shire, a men of Bree, or you could be the Rangers of the North, a.k.a. a Dunedain. Sort of. No. So we didn't really get to this as much, but so here's the deal right here. Piercing blows. During combat, fighters can see their stamina being slowly whittled away. This is where the game gets a little bit Legend of the Five Ringsy. During combat, fighters can see their stamina being slowly whittled away as exhaustion and blows suffered take their toll. Or they can be suddenly and unexpectedly cut down by a vicious stroke that penetrates through their protective equipment and draws blood. In addition to causing loss of endurance, any successful attack may inflict a piercing blow. So you actually have to hit. But if you roll a 10 or the Gandalf rune, then it is a piercing blow. Characters hit by a piercing blow must immediately roll the D12, that's the feat die, plus a number of D6s equal to the protection value of their armor worn. The target number for this roll is the injury rating of the weapon. If the roll fails, then the target of the attack has received a life-threatening blow, a wound. This means that your character can be wounded even if you are at, quote-unquote, max HP. If the enemy rolls a 10 or there's actually a little sidebar later in the game, which I, kind of, thought about, which is they say that when the for officially, it's if you roll a 10 or the Gandalf rune, but the game kind of has a thing where it's like, but if the GM is rolling, you might want to swap the Gandalf rune and the Eye of Sauron so that like when the GM is rolling, the Eye of Sauron counts as an automatic success. Yes. So not wearing any armor is also not great, but wearing armor is also not great. is how I would describe it, B. Because, yes, this means that on 2 of the 12 results, all right, so 1 in 6 attacks will basically make you have to make an immediate check for your armor to see if you receive a wound or not. Now, come on, PDF, don't fail me. Now, do we have it here? I love PDFs that are just grinding my $5,000 computer to a halt. I'm trying to find it here. I don't know if it's in the combat section or not. It might just be like more generic than that. Here we go. All right. Player heroes whose endurance is reduced to 0 drop unconscious and wake up 1 hour later with 1 endurance point. So the answer to your question is, if you get dropped to 0 endurance and you're wearing armor, you might not take the wound, which is good, but it still makes you drop unconscious. So if you go to 0 endurance, you are still unconscious. So that's why you might be wearing full plate and you may not be wounded, but your character still drops unconscious, right? They have literally been basically knocked out. And, assuming things go in a certain different way, yeah. I mean, assuming your team doesn't win the battle, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a non-issue to coup de grace you. Right. So, you do need to keep your endurance up, but one of the things in this game is you can never be sure what might happen if your character, you're wearing armor and not wearing armor both suck, which is why, okay, this is such a sick ability. You ready? Dwarfs, the dwarves of Durin's folk, the Longbeards, right? The descendants of Durin the Deathless. Dwarves, cultural blessing, redoubtable. Dwarves make light of burdens, especially when it comes to armor. You half the load rating of any armor you're wearing, including helms, but not shields. So what this means is our dwarf in a full suit of mail, load 4, and a helm, load 1. I'm sorry, load 12 and load 4. Their protection value is 5 dice. But on a dwarf, this would be 6 and 2. So on a dwarf, instead of being 12 plus 4, instead of being a 16 load, it is only 8. Oh, also, dwarves get strength rating plus 22 endurance. So dwarves also have they start with 28 endurance or something, or 29 endurance. So dwarves could totally wear, and again, quoting from the book himself, Gimli the dwarf alone wore openly a short shirt of steel rings, for dwarves make light of burdens. So, yes, the dwarf is probably rocking some armor, but maybe not the Hobbit. So, go dwarves, I guess. But I personally think that's really cool. But I now a dwarf wearing full plate 24/7, that I can get behind. Yeah, absolutely. So dwarves should absolutely probably be rocking the heaviest armor and a helm that they can, because that's literally what their cultural blessing gives them ability to. So dwarves are going to be pretty heavily armored at most times, which again I think is pretty freaking awesome. So here we can actually, let's go ahead. Let's make a dwarf. All right. So our dwarves, we need a cool dwarf name. We'll name him Bavos. So his culture would be a dwarf of Durin's folk. His cultural blessing is redoubtable, half load of armor and helms. His calling is his class, which we'll get to in a second. But he also has a flaw, Nagrim. Dwarves are shorter than men, but their work as miners and smiths endows them with powerful arms and shoulders, yet they still favor short weapons over long ones. We cannot use great bow, great spear, or great shield. So that's our drawback, or one of our drawbacks as being a dwarf, is we cannot equip. We did not cover what happens when you're wounded. Standard of living is prosperous. With the fabulous dwarven horde of Erebor reclaimed and their kingdom restored, the dwarves are much richer today than in the past. So our characters start off with a prosperous living. So one of the things that we didn't talk about yet, but in this game, your character has a patron who supports you, and you can actually accumulate multiple patrons. People this is basically hey, let's show off the cool characters from Lord of the Rings. But these are basically the people who send you on quests. They are, Gandalf, Elrond, Tom Bombadil, those could be your patrons, and they kind of send you on, on your quests. So let's roll a d6. Okay, we got a 2. So that means we have a 7 strength, a 3 heart, and a 4 wits. Okay, so our strength is 7, our heart is 3, and our wits is 4. So that means our strength number is 13. This is 17, and this is 16. All right, pretty cool. And our endurance is strength plus 22. Again, our strength is 7. So our max endurance is 29. And our hope is our heart rating plus 8. So our hope is only 3. So our maximum hope is 11. And then lastly, our parry is our wits, which is 4 plus 10. So our parry is only 14. Copy the skills onto your character sheet, then choose one skill from the 2 underlined and mark it as favored. So in this case, our character would start with 2 points of awe, which is nice, 1 point of athletics, 0 in awareness, 0 in hunting, 1 in song, 2 in craft, 0 in enhearten, 3 in travel, 0, 0, 0, 1 in courtesy, 1 in battle, and then 0, 0, 3, 2, 2, 1 in our last one. 0, 0, 3, 2, 2, 1. And then we pick one of these 2 skills, travel or craft, to be favored. Favored, remember, means we basically roll that skill with advantage. So I think we'll go with travel. I think that's actually pretty cool. So here's a great example. Our dwarf doesn't have a really particularly high heart rating. Okay, it's only 3, right? They don't have a lot of, of that inner spirit and belief and hope, but they have they're rolling 3d6 with their travel, and their travel skill is favored, which means when we roll 2d12 and take the better one, which in this case is the Gandalf rune, which is an automatic success. So again, even though, like here, we have to pick between the 0 and the 8. Well, we'll take the 8. And we got 4 dice or 3 dice, including a 6, which means that we got a great success because, again, we have like 19 here. So we definitely succeeded, even though our target number is 17. So this is kind of a cool way that even though our score isn't that great, we're actually pretty strong at that particular skill of traveling, which is cool. Then we either pick 2 ranks in axes or swords, and then another combat proficiency at 1. Ooh, well, shouldn't Harton be at 0? Oh, and Harton should be at 0. Thank you. Thanks, Philip. Good call. Good catch. Yeah, so we're really bad at encouraging people. So we got to we're obviously going to put 2 points into axes. And then I'm not going to put anything in bows. Come on, I'm a dwarf. I'm going to put 1 rank in spears. I could see that being the case. All right, so that's our dwarf. And distinctive features. Choose 2 distinctive features from among those listed: cunning, fierce, lordly, proud, secretive, stern, wary, and willful. So those are the choices that we have. And these are kind of like, they describe aspects of an adventurer's build. Come on, PDF. Don't crash on me, buddy. You can do it. Nope, you can't. You're crashing. Hey, all right, there we go. Describe aspects of an adventurer's build or temper, personality traits, or physical peculiarities that provide them with an additional descriptive level. These features help players to picture their adventurers and encourage deeper role-playing. Now, so basically, they're just a way to describe your character. But players can invoke a distinctive feature to improve their chances to succeed at rolling a skill. When this happens, they are considered to be inspired. Now, remember what inspired means. We always have the ability, when we roll, to spend 1 hope to add a single d6 to our pool. So if our pool was 2 dice, we can spend 1 hope and add a d6. But if our character is inspired, when we spend 1 hope, we still have to spend the hope. We can add 2 dice instead of 1. And there's a very strong reason why this is really, 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 really good. Because what it means is, if this didn't cost a meta resource, players would be trying to, I mean, again, we could say don't be a weasel, but players would be trying to weasel in a reason why our character was distinctive, why our character's distinctive trait mattered all the time here. Because they'd want to be getting some sort of free bonus, right? So, for example, if we describe our dwarf as being, I like the idea of him being, let's say, fierce and, cunning and, maybe, I don't know, maybe, stern and wary. Okay, we're going to go with B. We're going to go stern and wary. So if we go back to our character sheet here, stern and wary, this gives our ability, if we describe our character's action and it's in line with them being stern or wary, if the game just gave us a bonus, I'm not saying that every player would do this, but a lot of players would do this. They'd be like, I am going to attempt to awe him very sternly. I am going to travel very warily. I am going to take a look around and scan the environment because I am very wary. I am going to explore this ancient crypt, but I am going to do so very warily, right? I'm not saying that players would do that, but they would do that. So what this does instead is that doesn't do shit unless you're spending your hope. Now, if you do spend your hope and describe you as scanning for an orc ambush, but you're very wary, I could say, that's awesome. And you're like, cool, do I get a bonus? And I say, no, unless you spend a hope to get a bonus D6 where it will become 2D6. So locking it behind a resource, a meta currency, means that you still encourage players to play that way, but you don't have to worry about them weaseling the game and trying to be a dick and trying to squeeze every little ounce out of it. If a player wants to, if they're spending their meta currency, our character only has 11 hope. And by the way, if they spend 1 hope, they get a die. If they spend a hope while they're inspired, they get 2 dice. So yes, it is an extra die. It's totally worth it. And a player should definitely try to encourage to do that. But it's limited behind this meta currency. And Pumpkin says, I've definitely seen players, try to do this in other games. And, I have too, even with players who are good, quote unquote, good players, aren't being like cheesy dickheads. It's just a natural thing where you go, all I have to do is, kind of role play or describe that I'm doing this thing lordly and I get an extra bonus. Why wouldn't I do that? It just seems stupid. In fact, you might say, well, this is me role playing. I should totally get that bonus. So this is a gamist conceit, right? Because you being our character being wary and stern doesn't do anything unless we spend a meta currency. I'm okay with that. This is a gamist conceit so that the game doesn't break down under the weight of players trying to be cheesy dicks. So, I'm all for it, basically, is what it comes down to. All right, so we chose that, and we speak common, but we speak the secret dwarven language. Okay. By the way, that's us choosing our race. So the other thing we have to do is choose our calling. Now, callings are the 6 classes in the game. They are the captain, the champion, the messenger, the scholar, the treasure hunter, and the warden. So, we have to basically pick. Now it says each player should select the calling that best adheres to their character concept, keeping in mind that coupling each calling to a heroic culture results in 36 different combinations. A hobbit treasure hunter has a very different reasons to go adventuring than a hobbit scholar. But this is probably even more true if that treasure hunter is a dwarf or elf. Now, Yuval says, woohoo, scholar dwarf. Now, we do have Now, here's what's really cool about it. Remember, our character has that proficiencies in axe. That was because of our dwarf background. It has nothing to do with our class. But in short, the 6 callings or classes that they have in the game is basically sort of a leader type. A champion is kind of a fighter. A messenger is a kind of a scout and kind of a talker. Like an envoy, kind of a social character. A scholar is kind of a wits character, although our character didn't have particularly high wits. But treasure hunter is kind of roguey, and then warden is, I think, like a guardian. Yeah, you have sworn to defend all those who would not defend themselves. B says, I really like sort of swapping the importance of class and ancestry. Very world focused. Yes, in this game, your ancestry matters more than your class. Well, someone said scholar, so here we go. All right. So we'll make our dwarf a scholar. For you, knowledge makes the wild world a less threatening place. Yellowed maps and books replace a fear of the unknown with curiosity and wonder. Songs composed in ages past strengthen the weariest of hearts, and a love of learning for guides every step. Choose 2 skills amongst craft, lore, and riddle, and mark them as favored. Our wits is only 4. Yep, well, that's what we chose. Maybe it wasn't the best choice, but you know what? We're going to go with it. Now, we get to mark either craft. We get to mark 2 of these. Craft, lore, or riddle as favored. Favored, remember, means that we basically roll the D12 with advantage. So even though, now, our craft is pretty good, 2 dice, but we're only rolling against a 13. So that's D12 plus 2D6 versus 13. We already hit that on average. So if we make this, favored, we are going to really, really succeed a lot. On the other hand, our wits isn't terrible. Our hearts is our worst one. We have an okay riddle and we have an okay lore. So I'm actually going to go with craft and lore. Maybe you know what I see? Oh, here's what I totally see. Our character, you ready? Because remember, this is getting deep in the lore. At this time during the Lord of the Rings, I don't think even Balin has made the attempt to return to retake Khazad-dûm. So, right, because in the Lord of the Rings, right, when they go into Moria, they find Balin's failed expedition, right? That's all the dead dwarves. And they wrote that thing. He tried to reclaim Moria. But at this point in the Third Age, that hasn't even happened yet. So I love the idea that our character is obsessed with like mithril and is like obsessed with, crafting and is obsessed with like rediscovering the secrets of Khazad-dûm and the lost histories of the dwarves, So they're like this kind of like, they're like this martial scholar, who has this, this pride in mithril, right? And they've grown up, right? Because at this point in time, Moria has been abandoned for, thousands, a long time, like definitely centuries, maybe 1,000 years. And so like, it's yeah, exactly. Make Khazad-dûm great again. Yes, he's a Mikka. He wants to make Khazad-dûm great again. That's his character's history, his belief. What he wants to do. So I love it. Then he gets an additional distinctive feature. Rhymes of lore. Rhymes of lore are short verses created by many cultures to help them remember significant facts from ancient history which might otherwise be lost. Scholars of Middle-earth credit much of their ancient knowledge to such rhymes. So basically, it's not really a mechanical thing. It's just another distinctive feature, which is rhymes of lore. Now, as a GM, would I totally make somebody come up with a little rhyme to make them be able to get the bonus? Maybe. I don't know. But basically, it's like, all these little, almost like a ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy, right? Is, tied to the, bubonic plague and stuff like that. It's that kind of, those kind of, a limerick. Sure, a limerick would be but think about like in Tolkien, it's like when on what is it, on the last light of Durin's day, when the thrush knocks, the keyhole will be revealed, right? It's these very like, yeah, I would totally make them at least describe it. They don't literally have to bust out a poem or a little limerick or witty thing. But yeah, so that is that's the additional distinctive feature. And then we have what's called a shadow path. Now, I don't think your shadow path has to be attached. It's a suggestion. You can pick any shadow path you want, I think. But your shadow path is basically if your character starts falling to the shadow. Each shadow path describes your descent into darkness. Okay? So like, for example, the captain, who is like the leader, right? Like the war leader, the leader, their shadow path is the allure of power. The champion, who is like the fighter, their shadow path is the curse of vengeance, right? The messengers is the wandering madness, where you basically just, you can't stay still. You can't stay in one place. You keep going. For the scholar, it is the lure of secrets. For the treasure hunter, it is the dragon sickness, where, you become obsessed with gold. And for the warden, it is despair, the path of despair. So technically, we could pick whatever we want. I think these are just recommended, but we'll pick with the lure of secrets. Inquisitiveness and curiosity are desirable virtues in an individual, but knowledge can be put to malicious use, and learned individuals can look down on others as ignorant fools. Secrets are dangerous, as the very desire of uncovering them may corrupt the heart. Exactly. The mithril-obsessed adventurer Smith, he digs too deep. So yeah, lure of secrets is definitely where we want to, we'll go with that. Boromir being a champion, 100%. Yeah, for sure. Individuals who live by the sword are ever tempted to draw it, either literally or figurative, when their will is threatened or when they deem their honor to have been impugned by insult. As corruption spreads in their spirit, their behavior worsens. Arguably, Boromir might also be a warden, where you're more of a protector, and they give in to despair. So it depends on how you want to really actually view it. But guess what? That's it. That's the only thing that your class, like this is the whole scholar class. You get two new favored skills. You get this RP system, and then you get the path of darkness. So, like I said, skills or your classes aren't really that important. It's really your race that determines where you start. Now, previous experience. We have had to earn our livings as best as we can, often sinking as low as blacksmith work or even coal minings. This ability level represents all newly created player heroes can now be raised. The ability levels of all newly created heroes can now be raised to represent their experiences prior to their life as adventurers. You have 10 points to spend on raising skills and combat proficiencies. The cost of raising each ability is shown on the tables to the right. The first is for skills. The second is for combat proficiencies. Players are free to raise their abilities as they see fit, as long as they have enough points. Players can also buy ranks in skills or combat proficiencies that they did not possess at all. You can even buy multiple ranks if you can afford it. So, to go from 0 to 1 costs a point. From 1 to 2 is 2. From 2 to 3 is 3. But from 3 to 4 is 5. And combat is 2, 4, 6. So we have 10 points to spend on our character. So, this would be where you're sitting down in session 0 and working stuff out with your group and, figuring out what you want and, what you need and where we would put points. I want my lore to be higher, so I'm going to spend 2 points there. I'm actually going to spend 3 points there. So that's 2 plus 3. So that's 5 points. So we have 5 points left. Let's pick up. We're really good at strength. Let's pick up a rank in awareness, just so we have a strength awareness. So that's only 1 point. I mean, these are really cheap when you get it for 1 point. We have 4 points left. We're really bad at hearts, so I'm like loath to put anything in here that we don't like absolutely need. But I kind of like the idea of being good at battle. So we'll put 2 points in there. So we have 2 points left, and we'll go. You know what? Fuck it. We'll go song. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. Song. All right. Yeah. So because going from 1 to 2 is 2. So we left our combat proficiencies where they were, 2 and 1. I'm okay with that. 2 is pretty good. You know, we'll get some sort of like battle axe or something like that. So again, lot of versatility here. I mean, we don't actually have this stuff yet, so I'll delete it. And by the way, obviously the game does not have levels. So as you earn experience in the game, what you will earn is you will earn 3 skill points every session. So the game basically just asks you to play it. It doesn't give you any other sort of there's no you know, that's it. you don't have there's no driving point to it. Additionally, at the Yule, basically at Christmas time, when you take your extended long time, you get an additional number of skill points equal to your wits rating. So smart characters at the end of the year basically get a bonus. Everyone does, but smarter characters get more points. Unfortunately, our scholar is not super smart. Anyways, so we've got our previous experience down. So now we got to pick with our starting gear. Before the game starts, players get to choose the weapons and armor they want their character to carry using the war gear lists found overhead. Starting heroes can choose 1 weapon for each combat proficiency for which they have a rating, and their preferred selection of armors, helms, and shields. Now, we got to pick a weapon. It's got to be, well, let's start with our armor. Now, we're a dwarf, so there's no reason, I'm thinking, why we wouldn't have a coat of mail and a helm. I think we can all agree on that. So, coat of mail and a helm. Now, normally, a coat of mail has a load of 12. And a helm has a load of 4. But we're a dwarf, so that gets halved. So instead, it is 6 and 2. But that gives us 5 dice of protection. Now, we could, if we want to, also pick up a shield. Now, we can't use a great shield because dwarves can't use great shields. That's one of their downsides. But we could get a regular shield to boost our parry by +2. Now, the load is 4, so we are starting to get up there. But, you know, maybe we want to, maybe we don't want to just get taken out. Additionally, we can choose, because we have proficiency with axe and spear, we could start with an axe and a spear. Now, the good news is if we don't use a shield, we could use something like, what can't we use? We can't use great shields, great bows, great spears, and great shields. But because we've worked in the mines, we get powerful arms and shoulders. We can still use like a great axe. We can't use great spears. We can't use great bows, but we can use a great axe. So it's kind of tough deciding what I want to check, because we could go with like a great axe, just a massive 2-handed thing, do a shitload of damage. It's got a load rating of 4. If we hit somebody, the DC to avoid being killed is 20. I don't know. I'm tempted to go with the great axe. All right. Great axe. Damage is 7. Injury DC is 20. Load is 4. And it is axes 2-handed. All right. Boom. We're dropping people left and right. And then maybe we pick I don't even know if we want a spear, but big axe with spear and shield as backup. I mean, we could do that, Philip, but we are okay, right now in our current configuration. We have 8 load from our armor and 4 load from our great axe. So our load rating right now is 12. Now we have 29 endurance. So, you know. Well, Commander Snookums, I mean, if we weren't a dwarf, it would be it would be 4 plus 12 plus 4. So it would be 20. I mean, our character is pretty tough. I mean, we may be a scholar, but we're actually like a fucking kind of a brick shithouse in that respect. All right. For right now, I mean, maybe you could. It's true. We'll leave it like that. Traveling gear. A hero's traveling gear includes the belongings that they carry on a journey, in addition to their weapons and armor. In winter, this includes boots and thick, warm clothes, a jacket, a fur-lined cloak, trousers, and blankets. During warmer months, it might just be clothes and cloaks. We do not have to annotate this in detail, only if we wish to. It is not given a load rating. The game does not concern itself with the minutia of, you know, what's your boot rating, what's your cloak rating. We don't really worry about that too much. But we do get to start with useful items. A tool, an instrument, a device that helps you do one specific task. A hammer, a knife, a coil of good rope, a lantern, a flint and steel. These are items that may gain the players an advantage in game terms, but also may allow them to simply do things that could not be done at all without them. For example, a hole in the frozen ground cannot be accomplished without a pickaxe. Players are free to choose their useful items, possibly inventing a reason why an object is so handy, perhaps of a particular craftsmanship or exotic feature. They can also be a form of consumable, like a bottle of liquor or a balm. In that case, they are always considered to have a supply that will last for the length of an adventuring phase. Useful items are listed on their sheet. To determine if they give you an advantage, they must be associated with a skill. If a player hero is making a roll outside of combat, using a skill associated with a useful item, and the lore master deems that this should grant you an advantage, you gain 1 dice. Only 1 item can benefit the same roll. All player heroes start the game with a number of useful items based on their standard of living. So because we are a dwarf, we get to start with 3 items. So, for example, we might put, let's see where this is on the sheet here, gear. So we might say, for example, we might have, you know, sturdy boots, travel, right? That's an example of that. We might have dwarven poultice, healing. And we get 3 of them items, so we might have, you know, song. We have Khazad horn, right? So maybe, you know, we have a horn of the dwarves, and you know, those are our 3 helpful items, right? You know, I mean, yeah, we could also have like we could have a book of, you know, of dwarven lore. So now the reason, now metagaming wise, my lore is really fucking good. I'm rolling 3 dice. I get to roll with advantage, and I'm rolling against DC 16. So the average of 2d12 with advantage is like, you know, 9 or something. And then I'm getting 10 and a half here. So on average, I'm rolling 19. So I kind of don't need the lore bonus. Just metagaming it a little bit here. Now, to be clear, these are not magical treasures. Remember that whole thing we said where you spend hope and you can automatically succeed? Yeah. So anyways, it's a cool way. You know, you just make it up. And again, the game encourages you to, you know, describe why it's good. Is it Is it is it good practical craftsmanship? It has an exotic feature? Is it some sort of, what it's a cool little way where you can just make stuff up, and it doesn't really matter. You just associate it with a skill. And as a dwarf, we get to start with 3 of them. So we already know how to do load. And by the way, here's an example they give here. So a knife for skinning rabbits, a box of salt to cook, a coil of rope with a grappling hook, a windproof lantern, an exotic musical instrument. We kind of went with that. A balm to soothe pain, a suit of expensive clothing or an earring of pearl, a liquor to infuse strength, a sunstone to navigate in bad weather, a fine pipe to find comfort, a detailed set of maps, a set of instruments to carve stone, right? So they just give you an example here of what you got here. And then lastly, there are many things that may betray the true nature of adventurers. It may be their weather-beaten look or the grim determination. In game term, nothing defines heroes better than their special abilities and superior gear. The growth in stature of a hero in terms of power and renown is tracked using 2 values, valor and wisdom. Both are ranked from 1 to 6, reflecting your transformation from novice adventurer into veteran heroes. If there was anything resembling a level in this game, it is these 2 things. They start at ratings of 1. Valor and wisdom are used in the game for you to resist the shadow. TLDR. So as your valor and wisdom go up, you will be more able to resist the power of the shadow. Among their various effects on gameplay, valor and wisdom grant special abilities. Abilities granted by gaining a new rank in wisdom are called virtues, while those gained by an increased rank in valor are called rewards. Virtues give you access to the peculiar abilities of your folk. Rewards upgrade your war gear. At the start of the game, all players get to choose 1 virtue and 1 reward, selecting them from the list in Chapter 5 because our ratings are 1. So here are our choices at the beginning of the game. Our starting reward is we can get a close-fitting... I didn't bring it up, sorry. We can get a close-fitting armor or helm. Add +2 to the result of your protection roll. So it's not +2 dice, it's +2. Cunning make, armor, helm, or shield. Reduce the load rating from that item by 2, which for us would be 3. Fell, raise the injury rating of a weapon by 2. Grievous, raise the damage rating of a weapon by 1. Keen, attacking scores piercing blows on a 9 or higher. And reinforced on a shield, raise its parry rating by +1. So we get to start with one of our pieces of war gear being this way. What's up, Mr. Chuckleberries? We started at midnight. So I love that. I love this choice. It's just like, it's 6 things. Right off the bat, your character gets to start with something cool. And, you can metagame this around me. If everyone's on the Vorpal-Axe. Now, I'll be honest with you. I kind of like the Vorpal-Axe. Because our dwarf axe, right? If we get a quote unquote crit with it, the DC that they have to beat is 20, so it's really nasty. And if we get keen, it'll just crush them. We'll basically really crush them. Now, if we were worried about the armor and stuff, we could take this stuff. But I'm down to take the keen. All right. Fell would push it to a 22, Philip. Yes. By the way, I think you should see what Mithril does. It's crazy. Mithril reduces the load by half or something like that. So a dwarf wearing Mithril mail is they're wearing nothing, basically. It's completely crazy. All right, we went with keen. I'm not opposed to it. And then we get to pick with 1 virtue. Now, this is just these are just the starting list. So we can raise our hope by 2. So right now, our character's hope is a whopping 11. If we have confidence, we could be dour-handed, add +1 damage to heavy blow and +1 defeat dice on a pierce. That gets into combat rolls. It basically means that we're even nastier in combat. Hardiness gives us a +2 to our endurance, raising our endurance to 31. More hit points. Mastery. Choose 2 skills and make them favored. Oh, sorry. I am using Alt-Tab instead of using what I'm supposed to be using. There we go. Thank you. Mastery. Choose 2 skills and make them favored. So that's where we get advantage with that skill. Nimbleness gives us a +1 to our parry rating. And Prowess reduces the TN by one of our attributes by 1. That makes the DC 1 lower for that entire skill or that entire stat. So those are all pretty good. Because remember, hope isn't just meta currency. It's also whether or not we become miserable if the shadow affects us. Obviously, combat is a thing. More hit points. We could take prowess to our wits. That'll lower our DC to 15. It's pretty good. Now, remember, it doesn't actually raise our wits rating to 5, which would be better because that would lower the TN as well. I'm tempted to say... I'm tempted to say that we have keen wits as well. So our wits DC is now 15. So yeah, heart sucks, but the rest of these target numbers are pretty good. And with 3 dice in scan and 3 dice in lore with a favored lore, we are going to be crushing lore checks left and right. Also, one thing that's really cool, it's a side note. Remember, when we were talking before, that the DC is determined by, or the TN, is determined by your rating. But when you get more ranks in the skill, you're rolling more of these D6s. But this is the only way that you can get the 6 and get this greater success symbol. So that means that you could have a character who has a very, very, very low strength rating. Like, let's say that your strength was 8 and your DC was 12, they're going to be pretty good at anything. But if they're not rolling a lot of D6s, the chances are that they're not going to generate the great success or the extraordinary success. Philip, we covered that earlier. The long and the short of it is binary, but it depends on how risky the check is. If the check is standard risk, which is most checks, then when you fail, the GM can either say that you fail or they can offer you success at a cost. So the outcome is binary, but then the GM gets to choose, is what the TLDR on that is. Now, by the way, as we go up in level, we will continue to gain. We have virtues from. Not only do we have the starting virtues, but then we also get one specific to us being dwarves eventually too. Like here, look at this. Broken spells. In ancient times, the dwarves made mighty spells. You have been taught fragments of old enchantments that retain some power to this day. Choose 3 skills in which you possess at least 1 rank and mark them with a dot, or better yet, a rune on your character sheet. Whenever you use one of these 3 marked skills, you can spend 1 hope to achieve a magical success. Remember, magical success is you just automatically pass the check, and it's obviously supernatural. But we get 3 skills that we just, boom, do it. Stone hard. The dwarves were made to be strong and to endure, for they came unto the world and a great evil ruled Middle Earth. As long as your spirit supports your strength, you can resist your hurt of your body more heartily than most. Raise your maximum endurance by 1. All of your protection rolls are favored as long as you are not miserable. So basically, whenever we roll that protection, we're rolling 2d12, take high. Well, Philip, the DC, remember, is going to be 13, 17, or 15, right? The DC, I don't set a DC. The player, you set your DC by the way that you made your character. And that's it. That's our character. Now, we do get, so as you adventure, right, at the end of every session, you're going to get skill points and adventure points. You'll build these up, and you can spend these to raise things. Fellowship points is a community resource. We didn't really touch on that, but fellowship points is basically a group resource that you can spend. And then we would get a cool picture for our character right here. And, that's basically our cool character. Now, I think this character is pretty sweet. And I think it'd be a lot of fun to play. Now, I myself am not 100% sure. That's the one. I mean, we might as well cover it because we're here. What adventure points do? Okay. You don't form a party, you form a company. I love that it's capital C. The creation of the company is a procedure that can be used to wrap the character creation session, or that can take place right before the first adventuring phase. The players introduce their adventurers and determine the circumstances that brought them together. In general, it's good to assume that the company has been together for some time already. I've learned this from Avatar. I will be doing this basically all games going forward, where I basically start with the group kind of, they maybe have already even had an adventure that they've done, right? Together. I like starting not quite in media res, but it's like we kind of decide what our first adventure was without actually playing it. And that way we don't just meet in a tavern. When we get together to create our company, we have to choose a patron, a safe haven, our fellowship rating, and our fellowship focuses. So a patron is one of the wise and the great. A patron is an influential individual who has taken an interest in the group and will offer us reasons to go adventuring and to provide support and counsel. All patrons work with the player heroes from time to time, following a personal agenda, hoping to influence the events that are going to shape the Middle-earth in the years to come. The company starts the game choosing one patron, but additional ones may be added throughout the course of the game. So, the group in the starter set. By the way, there've been a ton of books that have come out for this, like the Moria book and the Ruins of the Lost Realm book. But in the beginning, we start with these options as possible patrons for our group. Balin, son of Fundin. By the way, this is the guy that eventually would go to take on Moria. Bilbo Baggins. Círdan, the shipwright. That's the old elf guy that lives at the Grey Havens. Gandalf the Grey. Gilraen, daughter of Dirhiriel. This is Aragorn's mother. And Tom Bombadil and Lady Goldberry. So one of the things that you'll see is that it can increase how much fellowship they give you. They have an agenda, right? So this is kind of like picking your crew from, right? Because the players pick this, so you know what that patron's agenda is. And so when you pick a crew type in Blades in the Dark, you're basically saying, this is the type of things that we want to do, right? So, if I'm Derek and I know what my character wants to do, and maybe some of the other players are in on that, right? It's like, hey, if we pick Balin, his agenda is reclaim lost strongholds, eliminate enemy lieutenants, right? So if we want to go dungeon crawling and fighting, right? This is the dungeon crawling, adventure site combat one, right? But, Círdan wants to rekindle hope and preserve the lore of the ages. So, that maybe that more appeals to my scholarly type. In fact, I say, oh, hey, look, this one's really good for the scholar. And then, in addition to affecting your fellowship points as a group, they also give you an additional advantage. For example, Balin, remember, fellowship is a communal resource that the party uses. You can spend fellowship to make a combat roll favored. That means roll with advantage. So basically, if you pick Balin as your patron, even if he's not around, when you're out on an adventure, you can spend from the group resource to basically make your attack roll with advantage, or any combat roll with advantage. On the other hand, if we pick Círdan, we can spend fellowship to roll again all dice in a roll. Choose the meet patron undertaking to receive a rumor. So basically, you can do a full re-roll with Círdan. Spend a fellowship point and re-roll all your dice. Additionally, when you're in downtime, you can choose the meet the patron to get a bonus rumor. So these are like little fun mechanical elements, but they also guide and direct your character, which I think is pretty cool. Well, it's only me, and even though my character is a scholar, I'm totally picking Balin, son of Fundin. So my patron is Balin, son of Fundin. Let's see here. And then Safe Haven. This is a location that works as the starting base of operations for the group, and as its refuge to repair, as its refuge to repair to for the fellowship phase. Usually, it's the place where they gathered to the first time. In Eriador, the ideal starting place is the village of Bree, and stop at the Prancing Pony. Well, I'm not opposed to the village of Bree. Is that on her sheet? It doesn't look like it is. I guess they didn't. I guess they were like, screw that. We don't need to put that on there. But you could have Rivendell. You could have a bunch of different places. Telling the story of how a player hero reached the location where they first meet is a good way of introducing the character. I completely agree. Also, this is where I would totally use backstory cards as well. Exactly, Philip. He's chill. He's hanging out. He's totally hanging out. It's awesome. All right. And then, come on, please. Okay, fellowship rating. You are more than a band of roving mercenaries brought together by mere necessity. At its foundation are communal goals and mutual respect. This feeling of trust is recreated in the game by the company's fellowship score. Expressed by a numerical value, fellowship is a pool of points shared among all player heroes that is mainly spent to recover lost confidence. During the adventuring phase, player heroes can spend points of fellowship to recover points of hope when resting. Additionally, you can use it to trigger special effects tied to your patron. The starting fellowship of the score of the company is equal to the number of heroes. This can be augmented by a number of virtues or cultural blessings and a bonus from your company's patron. Once calculated, the fellowship score is recorded by all players on their character sheets. For every point of fellowship spent, all player heroes must adjust the amount on their sheet. Once it is all spent, you cannot recover anymore. It is fully refreshed at the end of every gaming session. It is a common pool and must be spent as a group. So assuming we had a group of 4 people, Balin gives us a +1 bonus, so we would have 5 fellowship points. A fellowship rating represents the loyalties that they feel towards each other, but some of them might, so this is called your fellowship focus. So Some of them might share an additional level of companionship with another member of the company. It might be due to a respect, a special friendship, or a kinship. Basically, it's a bond system. Each player can choose one member of the company as their fellowship focus. You can change this later. They are free to indicate any other player hero as their choice, even if they've already been chosen by someone else. It doesn't have to be mutual. In game terms, player heroes provide a greater advantage when they help their fellowship focus. Player heroes providing support to their fellowship grant them 2 dice instead of 1 dice. But the benefit of caring for someone comes at a price. You gain a shadow point whenever your focus is wounded, if they suffer a bout of mandus, or is otherwise seriously harmed. So basically, it's someone that you really, really care about. And obviously, we don't have any other characters, but it's kind of like a bond system. Now, it's pretty lightweight. I'm not going to lie. But it's pretty great. I think it's pretty cool. It's just enough. I mean, again, could it be more complicated? Could it be more in depth? Yes, I absolutely think it could be. But I think it's enough for that purposes. I don't think it's bad. No, it's not bad if it's lightweight. I mean, look, everything in a game comes at a cost. Every time you make a system deeper or more complex, you're adding more elements to it. And it's going to take longer to resolve, and it's going to take longer to do this, and it's going to take longer to do that. And, so everything has to be weighed against that. So at the end of every session, so we have everything here in our characters. Now I think it's appropriate, right? I think there are certain games, Pumpkin, like, Persona or, certain JRPGs where like it's all about the friendship is magic, right? The power of friendship. I don't think Lord of the Rings is exactly a friendship is magic type game, right? So that's where I'm kind of like, I think this is a fine level for that purpose. And then I just mid-journeyed this up. So here we go. We got our dwarf art, our dwarf scholar. Looking cool. Got some weird AI artifacting going on, but that's okay. Took 5 seconds. Right. So armor's 4. Base 14. So, experience. Players earn points at the end of every session and at the end of adventuring phase. Okay, so here's okay, interesting. So, remember, an adventuring phase could take place over multiple sessions. At the end of every session, you earn skill points. And at the end of every adventuring phase, you earn adventuring points. You then spend them during the fellowship phase to improve your abilities or acquire new ones. So you can't just spend them willy-nilly. Skill points are used to acquire new ranks in any skill, and adventure points that are used to improve your combat proficiencies or to eventually increase your ranks in valor and wisdom. You earn 3 skill points at the end of every game session, and during the Yule fellowship phase, you get a bonus equal to your wits score. Adventure points happen when you return from an adventuring phase. And you get 3 adventure points each at the end of, oh, no, never mind. I guess you get 3 at the end of every adventure gaming session you attend. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's the same. Maybe, is that a mistake? Players earn points at the end of each session and at the end of the adventuring phase. Interesting. It kind of sounds like a mistake here, but I'll have to look it up and see if it's errated. Yeah, I do too. Like you only get to improve when you have time to rest. So player heroes are expected to rise to excellence in about 10 years of game time, meaning to reach ranks of 5 or higher in valor and wisdom and comparable levels in combat proficiency. Like it's literally going to take you a decade or more of adventuring. And so, yeah. And so when you go, there's a whole system here for creating an heir. So that you can basically have somebody who takes over if your character dies. Which is pretty cool. There's a little sidebar here for session length and advancement rate. The average length of a session of play is considered to clock at approximately 3 hours. If a more granular weight of experience is required, player heroes can be considered to earn 1 skill point and 1 adventure point for every hour of gaming. I guess you are supposed to just get 1 and 1. This advancement rate is, of course, a rough estimate and can be suited out for your group. If your group is considered to be able to pack way more action, for example, you might want to be able to give them more. So you could even potentially even hand out bonuses if the players do pretty sweet stuff. I think that's totally within the reason. If you want to give them more of a reason to accomplish certain objectives. B, that is the Legend of the Fiber. You get 1 experience point per hour of play. Yeah, so what happens is when you go into the fellowship, during Yule, during Christmas time, you have to choose the Raise an Heir undertaking. Then you must spend up to 5 treasure points and an equal number of adventuring points to form your heir's previous experience reserve. Remember, previous experience are the points that we spend when we build our character. So basically, you can pump your XP into your backup character so that if your main character dies or retires, your new character joins the campaign with like a bunch of XP. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. When the time comes for the player hero to retire, it is time to create the heir, making use of the usual rules for character creations with the following exception. Players designate one of their hero's favorite skills as a family heritage. Your new heir receives this heritage ability as a free additional favored skill. So one of your hero's favorite skills gets that. 2, the starting standard of living of your heir is equal to that of your retiring player hero instead of that of their culture. So even if your culture starts as poor, if your character retires as rich, your new character starts as rich. Instead of receiving 10 points to raise your starting skills, you can spend the amount of points that you invested in their experience reserve. Finally, if the previous experience reserve of the designated heir is at least 15 or higher, a single item in possession of the original player hero is passed on to their chosen heir as an heirloom. If the previous experience reserve is equal to 20, a second heirloom can be passed on. So there you go. How much XP did he put into Frodo? At least 20, because he gives him Sting and he gives him the mithril shirt of rings. An heirloom is an item that has been upgraded with 1 or more rewards, is a wondrous artifact, or a famous weapon or armor. Famous weapons or armor have their first quality automatically activated when they are taken up by the heir. Further qualities can be awoken in the manner described on page 78 as the hero gains new levels of valor. In the case of a wondrous artifact, its blessings are revealed upon passing the item to the heir. And I think this is a time to note that your character can obviously die. And obviously there are no raise dead spells in the One Ring. But additionally, your character can be forced to retire beyond just death. You see, we remember that when we made our character as a scholar and we took the shadow path, the lure of secrets. Well, anytime our shadow rating gets equal to our maximum hope, the only way that we can recover is by having a bout of madness where we kind of lose control of our character for a little bit. If you've played Monster Hearts, it's basically like, unleashing your darkest self. However, when that happens, When that happens, your character will proceed down their shadow path. Okay? So here our shadow path is the lure of secrets. So the first time that we max out our shadow, our character becomes haughty. We gained a new flaw. The second time, we become scornful. So now our character has 2 flaws. The third time, we become scheming. The fourth time, we become traitorous. If it happens a 5th time, your character is lost. If they're a human, or they're a dwarf, or they're an elf, if they're a human or a dwarf or a hobbit, they basically become kind of a twisted evil NPC. If you're an elf, the weariness and shadow and despair of the world is too much for you, and you leave to take the ship to Valinor. So basically, you don't even have to die to have your character sort of kind of be forced into retirement. And for those of you who are keeping track at score at home, this is basically what happened to Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings, right? He kind of got so burned out that normally they only let elves go to Valinor, but they let Frodo go to the Valinor instead as well, because he was a ring bearer. They gave him special dispensation from the Valar. So this is one way that your character can be lost, is if you basically get to this point. So not only can your character die, but you can also basically lose your character to, I don't want to call it Call of Cthulhu insanity, but your character can basically be consumed by their, your calling sets you upon a path that can potentially, bring you to destruction. So as our adventures and we encounter more and more shadow, we might start to pick up more and more of these flaws. Like we might become haughty or, disdainful, and then scheming, and then traitorous. And then if we ever get to that point, if we get it again, we lose our character. So, and some of the expansion books have new shadow paths and some other stuff like that, but it's all in all pretty good. And yeah, that's our starting character for One Ring. So we managed to cover a deep dive. I think we managed to cover chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the deep dive. Now, obviously, there's information about combat, which is its own whole huge thing, councils, journey rules. But all in all, I think this game is really cool and has a lot of really neat tech in it. I love the way that the weary and miserable rules work. The encumbrance rules feel meaningful without being overbearing. The armor rules feel like you want light armor, but you also want heavy armor. And so there's no real easy decision to make. Your choice of weapon seems to make a lot of choice. I mean, but yeah, Bad Times Worse is a great innovation. And it's not one that I think I've seen before in many RPGs. And I think that's a really, really cool way to avoid the problem, which is when you start giving people penalties, they basically go, there's no point to me adventuring anymore because I suck. And yes, these penalties do matter. They will occasionally turn a hit into a miss for sure, but they're not. But when you roll really, really well, it's not going to fuck you over. And that's what I love. A good roll is still a good roll, untarnished, unblemished, right? No matter how fucked up your character is, if you roll well, it's not penalized, basically, is what it comes down to. Like, my character could be miserable and weary and even wounded, but if I roll a 7, an 8, sorry, I can't even find these numbers. If I roll a 7 and a 5 and a 6, and sure, maybe I roll a 3, and because I'm weary, the 3 gets removed. But, I still just rolled an 18. Not only that, I rolled an 18 with a success symbol. So if I succeed, I not only did I get a success, I got a great success. And, for all of our character, that beats all 3 of our TNs, 13, 17, and 15. So, even though our character is suffering from all these conditions, this roll, isn't completely fucked up. Or maybe, we're weary, we're miserable. So if we roll the Eye of Sauron, that's no longer a 0. That's an automatic failure. But if we're rolling one of our favored skills, right, we get to roll 2d12, take the better one. So get out of there, Sauron. We'll take the 6. And obviously we just succeeded. So, being able to combine these, even though our character is really fucked up, the fact that it doesn't like make our character unplayable, believe it or not, is like a crazy innovation. And I just feel like that's just going to be so good. I just, lastly, because we did talk about it and we did mention it, but we never actually talked about it, what it does. If your character is wounded, most adversaries, I should say, are killed outright as soon as they're wounded. So FYI, if a monster is wounded, they're dead. Some special, boss monsters have 2 wounds or 3 wounds. Player heroes, on the other hand, can resist being wounded once without serious consequences. But if you get wounded again, you're risking your life. When a player hero is wounded for the first time, immediately check the wounded box on their character sheet and roll on the wound severity table using the D12 to determine the extent of their injury. As seen under resting, player heroes whose wounded box is checked recover endurance slowly. Remember, if you take a few minutes and you're not under any rush, you get all your endurance back. But if you are wounded, you get your endurance back more slowly. Player heroes who are wounded a second time, that is, they receive a wound when their wounded box was already checked, see their endurance drop to 0, they fall unconscious and are now dying. A second wound is not recorded on the character sheet and the severity roll is skipped. So basically, if you get wounded once, it might not be that bad. If you get wounded twice, you're dying. Player heroes may reduce the severity of their injury with a healing roll. Player heroes who are not unconscious may attempt the roll themselves. A successful healing roll reduces the severity of an injury by 1 day, plus 1 day for each success icon that you rolled. Each hero may be administered a first aid only once. A failed healing roll cannot be repeated until at least a day has passed. Dying heroes. Heroes are considered to be dying if they are wounded twice or if they roll the Eye of Sauron when they roll their initial wound severity roll. Dying heroes must receive a successful healing roll within approximately an hour or they will die. If the roll is a success, their life has been saved and they come back to their senses in about 1 hour at 1 endurance. If wounded, they must add 10 days to the time required for their injury to mend. Finally, that leaves them with a permanent mark. The details are up to the player, but it's a scar, a limp, a missing figure. If you go to dying, it will leave your character with a scar or a note of that effect. So when you get dropped to wounded, okay, you roll a this is from like because you can also lose endurance from like injury, like falling off of a cliff or being battered by the wind or any of that other stuff. So I was looking at that wrong. Combats. I don't know how we missed that wound. Here it is. Okay. So when you first are wounded, okay, when you first mark the wound box, you're going to roll the D12. If you roll the Gandalf room, it was a moderate injury. The blow you received was violent enough to expose you to the risk of worse conditions if injured again, but no real lasting damage was done. At the end of the combat, you will recover in a matter of hours and remove the wounded box check. So basically, if you roll the Gandalf rune, you're basically only wounded for that fight. which means if you take a second wound in that fight, you're in trouble. Otherwise, you'll be fine. This is, in Blades in the Dark terms, like taking level 3 harm, but it's temporary, not permanent. If you roll a 1 to a 10, it indicates how long it will take for you to med, expressed in days. And if you roll the Eye of Sauron, you go straight to dying. So if even getting wounded once is enough to potentially put you into dying. And by the way, remember, you can be wounded from a piercing blow even if you're at full hit points. So I do think that this game has a reasonable level of lethality. I don't think this is a meat grinder game by any stretch of the imagination. But it is definitely not some sort of, safety, plot armor. I spend a meta currency point. I choose to surrender. No way. No way. Your characters, if you get into enough fights, you're going to see characters die for sure. This is why you wear armor. Yes. Very, very true. So yeah. Well, it turns out it is good to wear armor. It's just a pain in the ass because it's heavy and it makes you, get very weary over time. So you probably want someone, Philip, I'm picking up a little bit of the meta here. I think you want someone with a good healing skill. I also think that you want somebody with a backup healing skill in case your person who's has a good healing skill gets knocked unconscious. Yes. I mean, PF2 and 5e are super forgiving. I just think for me personally, right, outside of a game like Daggerheart or Fabula Ultima, where you can choose to die or choose not to be fair, right now in my life, that is still my preference, right? I still like that idea of being able to choose when your character dies. But for a game like Lord of the Rings, which is trying, because again, we've got hope points, but there's no declare a narrative truth. And I spend a point to, it turns out he was my brother's sister's cousin's roommate back in college. There's no narrative super mechanics. I don't think this game is especially hyper narrative. If anything, this game is, kind of simu, mu gamist. But I think if you took the death out of Lord of the Rings, it wouldn't feel like Lord of the Rings anymore. I think death, without getting too deep into the mindset of it, but, basically all of Lord of the Rings is kind of an allegory for some elements of Christian mythology. But a lot of it is this idea of men being afraid of death. Eru Iluvatar created 2 races. He created the elves and the men. And the elves don't die, and the men do. And they call that the gift of Eru. The gift of Eru, the gift of God, is the gift of death. But men are afraid of it. And a lot of the history of Middle Earth is basically caused by men basically being afraid of dying. And a big part of valor in this game and wisdom in this game, in Lord of the Rings, is embracing this idea that maybe death isn't so bad, which is obviously tied to a certain level of Christian allegory. But this is a big reason why, at the end, at the Battle of Pelennor Fields, when Theoden is leading the Rohirrim in a charge, he shouts out, death, death. And they're not yelling that they're going to kill the orcs. They're saying, you know what? We're not afraid to die. And that fear of death is sort of the greatest power that the shadow has. So anyways, long story short, I don't think the game would be the same if you could just say, I surrender. Because I think this idea that death may occur at any time. And, Tyler going deep with the, Aldark going deep with the things, but real quick. So Elrond had a brother named Elros, and they were the 2 children of Eärendil. And Elrond is known as half-elven because his mother was elf and their father was human. And they are half-elven. And Eru Iluvatar, this has never happened before. So they had 2 brothers. And Eru Iluvatar basically said, I'm going to give you guys a choice. You can either be an elf or you can be a human. And Elrond chose to be an elf. And that's the Elrond that we know of thousands of years later. Elros chose to be human and be immortal. Now, he still lived for a couple hundred years, but Elros became the king of Numenor and founded the human dynasty of Numenor, which means that Elros is Aragorn's great grandfather, which means Elrond, who is now his father-in-law, is his great grand uncle. So yes, technically, I mean, it's so many generations it doesn't even matter. But yes, technically, Aragorn and Arwen are technically related. I don't know how old they were when they made the choice. But fun little Lord of the Rings fun fact. So here's the fun fact. So in Lord of the Rings, the film, they make a big deal about Arwen, right? Choosing, she goes, to choosing to be mortal, to be with Aragorn, or choosing to take the ship and go to Valinor. And Arwen very, famously says, I choose a mortal life. And, she tells her father, I've made my choice. There is no ship that could bear me hence. And Arwen chooses to be mortal. And they make it seem like that's a big choice, and it is. But they make it seem like that's a choice that elves get to make. They don't. That is specifically a choice afforded to Arwen because she is the child of Elrond, half-elven. So that is not a normal elf thing. Elves don't get to choose to be human or elf. They don't. That is only something afforded to Elrond, his brother Elros, and then Elrond's children, which in this case are Arwen, Elodar, and Elohir. But Eladon and Elohir aren't in the actual movie, but those are Arwen's brothers. Because they came from this one-off lineage of being half-elven. It also technically means Aragorn is like 1% elven, but it's not half-elven the way that we think of it in like D&D terms, where it's just like you're 50% elf DNA and 50% human DNA. Like when they made that choice, they became all elf and they became all human, but it's kind of a specific thing. Right. Arwen is 3/4 elven. It doesn't quite work. Yeah, we actually don't know. That's correct. Aldark says, big question mark whether Eladon and Elohir decided to be elves or humans in the end. I assume that they chose to be elves. Arwen obviously stayed because of her love that she had for Aragorn. B says, hearing you talk about this makes me understand why you hate ancestries in most games. Yes, it is true. Although I've never had quite the hate for half-elves, even though half-elves are obviously inspired in D&D from the most famous half-elf, the half-elf of all time, Elrond half-elf, Arwen, arguably. But even though half-elven was like a one-time unique thing, well, it happened between Elrond and Elrond and Elros, his brother. I don't mind it all, but right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a whole Blood of Numenor and all this other stuff and everything like that. I mean, Numenorians were pretty cool regardless, even if they weren't from that line of kings. Anyways, long story short, I don't know what the lethality of this game would be, but my thought process here is it's not going to be a meat grinder, but it's not going to be 5e. It's not going to be PF2, where death basically only occurs if you are really trying to be an asshat or the GM is like actively trying to kill you. But the fact of the matter is, you could get into a fight and a big scary dude could hit you with a piercing blow. You could fail your armor check, or maybe you're not wearing great armor. You could take a wound and roll the Eye of Sauron, which means your character is now reduced to 0 and dying. So you went from full HP to you are dying, and you will be dead, in plot amount of time that's somewhere less than 1 hour. And if someone can't heal you within that, 30 to 40 minutes, you die. So, could you go on a tangent about what? Could you go on a tangent about ancestries in most games and why? I'm not sure quite what you're asking. If you mean why do I hate most ancestries in most games, it's because, long story short, I think ancestry is more important than class in like terms of your identity. this game, I think, does a great job of expressing that. And I think most ancestries feel more like a costume that you wear. Either it's a mechanical costume that you put on to get +2 to dex and -2 to con, or it's just a flavor thing so that you can be some weird thing that you can make some, rubber four-headed aliens. And so I think that they become, it's like, what do they think? Hats, in, what is it called? In Fortnite? Are they called hats? Right? Like nothing really changes about your character. Nothing changes about their expression, about how they play. Games have sort of moved away from really expressing race as a big core element of what you are. And I think they've done that for a variety of reasons, political correctness amongst them, but also just the desire to just have this obsession with making weird creatures. Right. We've taken away race from culture. Now, to be very clear, I'm a very liberal person, but I do think that we mistake human races with fantasy races. And the fact of the matter is, number one, African American people, for example, clearly have a culture. Doesn't necessarily mean that they all belong to it in the same capacity, but there's clearly a culture there. Same like there's a culture of Native Americans. There's a culture of people of Jewish heritage. There's a culture for people of Slovenian heritage or Italian heritage. There's cultures all over the world. But fundamentally, while we call them races, we're all the same race. I mean, we're all humans. That is not the case in these games. Dwarves and elves and humans is not like, Hispanics and African Americans and Caucasians. It's very different. Their mindset is different. Like an elf is immortal and they can't die. Those elves that you see dying in, they make it seem really sad, by the way, in Lord of the Rings. At like the Battle of Helm's Deep, right? The elves come, they don't actually come in the books, but whatever. I actually thought that part was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of bullshit that the elves said, fuck you guys. But the elves show up and they get killed, right, in the battle. Haldir of Lorien gets killed in the battle. Oh my God, that's so sad. They could have lived forever. Yeah, they're still going to live forever. When an elf dies, their Fea, their spirit, goes to the halls of Mandos and chills out maybe for a few centuries or 1,000 years, and then is reborn as back in a bodily form. Now, most of the time when they do that, they just stay in Aman and live in Valinor because that's where they're supposed to be anyways. But they cannot die. Ever. They are bound to the world, to the circles of the world, until the ending of time. Full stop. So, even when they die, they don't die. So that mentality would just be so radically different to the way that you play your character. It's just crazy. So I think there are strong elements of their culture. I think there's strong elements. Now, I think it's fine to say that there are certain changes that I think that they have made that I think are okay. I like the idea that, we're much more cosmopolitan with these races. In Tolkien, elves kind of live with elves, dwarves live with dwarves, humans live with humans. And so, you don't get these kind of like cosmopolitan cities like you might see in Forgotten Realms. And so it's very clear that in Forgotten Realms, where you have an elf and a dwarf and a halfling and a whatever, and they all were born in Waterdeep, their culture might be, I grew up in Waterdeep. I think that's fair. And I like that change. I like ancestries plus heritage. I think that's actually a cool element. All I'm simply saying is they've really focused now on the background and the heritage. And I do think that your ancestry, your race in this sense. Now, in human beings, I don't think race matters for much at all. I think your culture matters a lot more. Yes, there are certain racial things. African Americans are more prone to sickle cell anemia. However, that, the difference between a Caucasian or a Hispanic and an elf and a dwarf is way more than just cultural, right? There is they are literally fundamentally just different creatures. And I think that has gotten lost in the translation. And I think people just play they play, characters and costumes. It's like going to a Renaissance fair. It's not like a real portrayal of that character. And I think it's just doing them a disservice. When an elf is reborn, do they remember? Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, it's been a long time, but I think the general idea is they do remember. Yes, right. Everybody who becomes Irish on St. Patrick's Day. And Aldark is correct. I mean, part of the problem is that your race just basically gives you a +2 bonus to your stat, and you pick it because that's the stat you want. But we don't even have that anymore, because now in most games, you don't have any stat bonuses for your ancestries. So, yeah. Anyways, this is also interesting. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Ancestries become cosplay in a lot of games. It's the equivalent of MTG hat sets. I use the term hat from I think it's from Fortnite, right? Like suits or whatever, skins, right? It doesn't actually change anything. It's just how you look. And people are really big about what they look like. They're like, I think it's so cute that I'm a mushroom person. And I'm like, why? And they're like, because they're so cute. They look so weird. There's this mistaken belief that I think a lot of people have, which is that if you play a system that has enough options, that if you build a character that has enough weird feats and ancestry choices, that'll somehow make your character interesting by default, because you've just made it so weird that it's interesting by default. And I don't think that's true. You having some, I don't know, thick with 2 C's mushroom exotic dancer, it doesn't make your character interesting. You have to play your character to be interesting. I don't care what you build your character. I care how you play your character. I care about the actions that you take and the story elements that you create with that character. So I think that some people just default to picking weird ancestries as a proxy for making their character cool and interesting. And I think that's a shitty shortcut way to do it. Yeah, to be clear, right, when you start expanding the scope to minotaurs and pixies, it does become, somewhat problematic. Yeah, I think that would be far more interesting, Philip, for sure. And I would love to see that, but, we don't. Well, that's the other problem, Black Retro, is it's either one or the both or neither. You know what I mean? Like people choose an ancestry and they choose it because they like what it looks like, or, they think it's funny, or people choose an ancestry because they're like, dude, that power is sick. And I mean, I get it. It's a game that's only natural, which is fine. And I'm okay with that, because as fucked up and as different as elves and dwarves and hobbits and men are, fundamentally, they are all, 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, humanoid shaped. They all function mostly the same, and so when you have weird, just crazy races out there, it's just absolutely crazy. And that's also true, Jake. I mean, people don't want to have to make a choice between what they think would be fun and interesting character concept and being optimized. Correct. So Philip Manley says, I suppose the point is a human wizard and fighter would have more in common than a human and elf wizard. Yeah. I mean, I think, certainly the way the way that you perceive and interact with characters, and yeah, I don't know. I just, ancestries have gotten very out of pocket. I'll just say that. So yeah, it's very, very cool. Anyways, this game is awesome. I am probably, I don't know how I'm going to play it or when I'm going to play it. I will freely admit that this is the type of game that, not because I'm like, in fact, just the opposite. I actually, you might say, oh, Derek just wants to replay the Lord of the Rings. No, actually just the opposite. I'd love to see how it would work out differently. So like, I used to play, there was one summer where I played Axis and Allies every day for like an entire summer. I mean, we probably missed a day or here too, but I probably played, I don't know, 100 games of Axis and Allies that summer. Axis and Allies is, a World War II board game. And I play with just my one buddy, Justin. And we would go back and forth between who played the Axis and who played the Allies. And we played every day. Now, Axis and Allies, as a board game, it tries to balance, so it's a fun game. It's not just like one-sided. But it basically tries to start the board as if Pearl Harbor has kind of just happened and the Germans are posed at their greatest point of strength, roughly 1942. One of the reasons it was interesting for me to play it is because I knew how in real life things played out, what choices were made and how battles went. And ultimately, obviously, the Allies won. But one of the things that was really cool about playing Axis and Allies so many times, and I've played it obviously since then, was seeing all the ways it could have gone wrong or seeing the ways that it could have gone differently and some of the crazy things that could have happened. Now, yes, it's a game and it's very simplifying warfare by representing it. But, there are a lot of games that were played where, Germany successfully, invaded the United Kingdom. And you had a conquered United Kingdom. You had the Third Reich in the UK, where you had, Russian naval invasions of mainland Japan. And one of the things that was interesting is that, this idea that we take for granted the victories in history. And so one of the things that interests me about Lord of the Rings is not only a chance to see some of these smaller stories with maybe less completely super epic characters like, Aragorn and Gandalf. There's no Maya, there's no Ishtari starting race. So you get to see a little bit more of a human element to the game, which I think is interesting. But it's also a kind of an opportunity for me to kind of say, like, what are the ways that things could have gone differently? A lot of time happened between the start of Lord of the Rings and the start of this campaign. What if the Shire got destroyed? What if Bilbo was killed? What if the One Ring, fell into some orc lord's hand or some bandit, king or some hillman chieftain? What if, Angmar was reborn? What if the Grey Havens were besieged? Like, I think it's really cool to think about the what ifs, rather than viewing it as one canonical, history, and, look at the what ifs and think about the different ways that it could go and, have fun with these alternate versions of history and realize that the victory of the heroes against the shadow was never a certainty. For sure. Middle Earth reaches. I don't think so. That would be really tough to do. Cool to do, but I think it'd be really tough to do. Very cool to do, but very tough. Will you start with the new starter box or would you start with the full ruse? If I had a group of new people, I would totally run this starter box adventure. Aldark, you missed it, but my complaint, if I have one, is that this is truly a starter adventure. It is, 1 to 2 sessions, probably at most. So it is not a Dragonbane box set by any stretch of the imagination. I wish it was, but it's not. Do you think you would like Hearts of Iron for Derek? I don't know what that game is. Oh, maybe you're asking somebody else. Didn't Torchbearer make a bigger distinction in how the answers she plays? Torchbearer does a huge job, Philip, and it is one of my favorite systems of all time for that. Torchbearer makes Torchbearer probably shoves it in your face the most, for sure, Philip, 100%. Right, that's true, Tim P. Tolkien rewrote many aspects of the canon. of Lord of the Rings, and he was changing things even after even after he finished publishing the novel, right up into the 50s and the 60s. So, he viewed it as sort of a work in progress in some ways, and even the histories that are written down, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, were written by characters in the story. They were written by Frodo and Bilbo. So in some ways, you have not an omniscient, you have an imperfect narrator. Good morning, Chrono. Good to see you. Oh, I've never heard of this. It's a 4X game. Yeah, I like Axis and Allies. That doesn't necessarily mean I want to play like a really deep, detailed, thing. How late is it here? It is 4 a.m. But you know what? I don't have a job. I don't have anywhere to be. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. I have this channel. I have you. I have you, Satir. That's all I have. So that's right. Lazy Sunday. Wake up in the late afternoon. Call Parnell just to see how he's doing. Hey, yo, what up, Parn? Yo, Sandberg, what's happening? You thinking what I'm thinking? Narnia, man, it's happening.
Philip tipped $11.62.
Hey, Philip,
thanks
thank you
for the great stream. Didn't expect this kind of game from Free League. Would also love to see more Draw Steel deep dives.
Philip, it is absolute. Thank you so much for the tip. It is absolutely. We had a lot of fun doing those Draw Steel classes, and we didn't reach our tip goal, I think, on that Draw Steel stream. So it's not like 100% on my immediate touch back to. But I had a lot of fun going through those classes, and I would definitely love to go through like another 2 in one of our another streams. We just got to get it onto the docket. I think it'll be a lot of fun. As far as you didn't expect this game for Free League, well, it's because Free League didn't make this game. This game was actually made by Cubicle 7 originally in first edition. Now, Free League did change some things. They did clean up some rules. They did, I think, from what I understand from the changes. I didn't play first edition. I like the changes that they made. I think they made it a little bit easier, simpler to run, more smooth, more streamlined, less cumbersome. Even some of the things that they did, which I'm not against, but like before, when your character would have a bout of madness, the GM got to control your character. And I like that in this game, like you control your character, which I think is I think a little bit better. Just little tiny modifications like that. But technically, this is not a Free League game. Free League got the license to produce Lord of the Rings role-playing games, and so they basically just took this version of the game and reprinted it. They cleaned it up. They called it One Ring Second Edition, and that's why if it doesn't seem like a Free League game, it's not. In fact, if we look at the writers, it's a bunch of Italian people. So it's not the usual, Tomasz and all those other fine Scandinavian folks over there at Fria Liga. So maybe a stream on the history of race in D&D, focusing on the core set now that you've done the history of multiclassing. Yeah, that'd be like a natural evolution of it as well. Italians and the Swedes, man. Italians and the Swede. They're crushing it. I mean, obviously, Need Games just finished up a $1.5 million Kickstarter. So shout out to them. Three Little Mice has been knocking it out of the park. Edge Studios, I can't say they're my favorite, but they're at least keeping the Legend of the Five Rings dream alive. So yeah, Italians are just crushing it right now in the RPG space. And of course, to say nothing of the Swedes. I don't know. I mean, obviously, and Modifius is out of UK, and some people love the Modifius stuff, some people don't love it, but you can't argue that they are being prolific and they are producing a lot of games. So I think those are like the 3 main hotspots. I know Troubleshooters came out of France. I don't know where else some of the big titles releases have come through, but yeah, so my problem, okay, with this game, and again, I don't want to be a elitist snob, but this is the type of game that I wouldn't want to play with just anybody. Now, that's not to say that I would play any game with just anybody. I mean, I do like my players to, have a certain respect and healthy respect for the game, and I don't like to just fuck around. But I mean, that's just generic respect stuff. Now, does that mean I expect the people who play this game with me to be masters, have memorized the Silmarillion? No, I do not. But for me, this is a meditation on Tolkien. And Mr. Chuckleberries, is this live? It is live, Mr. Chuckleberries. Oh, you thought Troubleshooters was Swedish? Troubleshooters. Let's see. Troubleshooters. Was it Troubleshooter or Troublemaker? What was the game that we did a first look on? Yeah, it's Troubleshooters. Okay. It's by Helmgast. Well, that doesn't sound French. I guess it is. Nope, it's Sec. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I stand corrected. Even though it was set, I guess it's a French comic, an action-adventure role-playing game in the Franco-Belgian comics tradition by Christer Sunderland. So, yeah, okay. Well, never mind. Swedes came back. Never mind. Can't beat that. No, is the map wrong? No, the map's fine. You mean you would? Okay. So Pumpkin says, you mean you wouldn't want to play with Bob? No, and that's not an insult to Bob. Of course, I would love, I'm excited to play Fabula Ultima with Bob. And Bob does not have a ton of JRPG experience. In fact, he doesn't have any JRPG experience. I think he played Final Fantasy VII, but he liked the game. But there's enough anime, influences in Fabula Ultima, and Bob's got a passion for that. But there's just I want somebody who, even if they don't know about the lore of Tolkien, they want to know, and maybe they can learn from the game. Like, do I need you to know that, Arnor was one of the two realms formed by Elendil and his sons, and then it broke up in the Third Age into Arthedain, Cardolan, and Rudar, right? And that as these kingdoms fell to the, Witch King of Angmar, their descendants, which is the Dunedain, which are the Rangers of the North, which is what Aragorn is, right? So that's the lineage. No, I don't need you to know all that, but it'd be cool if you were like, I'd like to learn that, or I'd like to know that. So, yeah. At the very least, you should be fairly well versed on the movies. Yes, a passion for Lord of the Rings. It doesn't have to be a passion for the Silmarillion. It has to be a passion for Lord of the Rings. And you're absolutely right. Some folks do just want a classic D&D dungeon crawl, and there's nothing, and this is not the game for that. This is 1,000% not the game for that. Although, you could probably do a killer, some sort of killer, like, dungeon delve in Moria. That'd be pretty sweet. That would be a lot of fun. You just do a whole campaign there. Is there a Middle Earth crash course you'd recommend? No, not that I'm aware of. Hey, taking time, Bob. Thank you. Hey, for the raid. Sick. Welcome, everybody. We're just finishing up a 4-hour stream talking about the One Ring 2nd edition. You played Lord of the Rings RPG with close friends. It was brutal and memorable. There you go. Thank you for the follow. I mean, Silmarillion is a nice read, but let's call it what it is. It's a history book, It's a history book. Now, to be clear, I'm also completely biased. One of the reasons I love this game, full stop, I mean, I'm not even, what do the kids say? No cap. Is because of frickin', where the hell's my mouse? Because of how absolutely gorgeous these books are. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the books are just stunning. I mean, just like just the paper, the texture, the art. I mean, it's just all incredible. And it's just so pretty. And also, like, we didn't really actually look at it, but I mean, Nerd of the Rings is fantastic. He covers stuff in pretty, hey, it's me. But like, here's an example of like a monster stat, right? So this is a black Uruk, large and evil orcs of great strength, picked from among the fiercest to act as lieutenants or bodyguards. So this is it. This is the monster stat block. The Balrog of Moria. Sweet art. Yep, exactly. It is it's very high weight. It's got a toothiness to it. It's got a lot of, it's got a solid grippy texture. The covers are almost like a cloth. There's like a weave to it. I mean, it's just such a beautiful book. And they're all like that. They're all just absolutely gorgeous. So. There we go. I mean, yeah, they're definitely worth reading. Now, the thing is, yes and no, B. What's going on? Why? Oh no. My thing reset. I say yes and no because Moria is mostly empty. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, but it's huge. It's like, it was literally, it wasn't just a city. The city was called Dwerodelf. It's a massive structure. We're talking about something that's like 100 miles wide, right? Just massive structure. So, you can't think of it in a traditional mega dungeon sense. Oh, thank you, Kaz. Thank you, Kazor.
Kadiza tipped $15. I'm loving the dagger heart set I got. Thank you, Derek. Smile. Would love to see the Knights play some soon, even if it is online.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you're welcome. I'm glad you're appreciating the dagger heart sent we sent over to you. It was awesome. I will say that, the issue with an actual play is, for me to do an actual play, I need to get a group of people together who I think are going to really bring a lot to the game, be a good representation of the game's mechanics, and be fun to watch. Not just a great player, but a great entertainer and a great showman. And we have found that it's really tough for us to keep that energy going online. And so that's why we've, really, really tried hard to do actual plays in person. And why we've kind of, rigged up my bedroom to be a studio. So that's one of the issues. So playing online is an option, but we do lose that. But the problem with not just playing online is it's also finding the right players. And there's only so many people that I, will trust and will work with. Remember, I'm paying these people. It's a professional relationship. Yes, most of the time these are my friends. But, it's a little bit more complicated than just joining a Zoom call and hopping into a game. So when I have a very limited number of people that I can draw from, I have a lot of great players that I play with, but believe it or not, most of them have no interest in being viewed by thousands of people and, tens of thousands of people, and getting their gameplay and role playing criticized by people, and kind of being expected to perform. And not just that, but it's kind of a job, because now if you don't show up, like, I'm not saying I'm going to fire you, but it has consequences, and it turns your game into a job, and it's not for everybody. So it is a little bit tricky to do, but I want to play more games on the channel. I want to play more games in general. That's my goal for 2026. 2025 was kind of a shitty year. Not going to lie. I got to do 2 really great Torchbearer campaigns with patrons, but other than that, we had a PF2 game that we were running, or I was playing in, but it kind of fizzled out, because the GM Smith just got shit on, somehow, almost more than me, even though I had a hell of a year, worst year I've pretty much ever had. So certainly the last 18 months have been the worst 18 months of my life. So yeah, anyways, 2025 is kind of a wash, and we'll try to do better in 2026. Yeah. Duran's cat, close enough, Duran, we gotta listen to him. The Moray book suggests using a learn the rumors. Yeah, like I think you need to think more of not even a hex crawl. You need to think of, because I have a problem with the way that people do hex crawls. Hex crawling is great, but hex crawling should never be without a purpose. The whole, like, if you just give people a blank map and then you go, that is terrible. It's going to lead to an awful experience with a hex crawl. You need to give players texture to the map. They have to have ideas about where they want to go. They have to have hooks and rumors. They need to be able to set a destination. Otherwise, they are just fucking wandering in the woods, and it is boring, and it's going to generate, people go, we had a great session. I know, I'm sure you did. But I'm just telling you, I've done this a lot of times, and hex crawling, the way that most people think hex crawling works, is a terrible experience. It's far better to say, you're here, you have a scrap of a map that shows you that there's some really cool thing here. Now you just need to get there. And you're like, well, we'll just go in a straight line. Okay, that's a totally viable option. Maybe you get lost. Maybe there's a river. Maybe there's a mountain range in the way. Maybe there's a forest. You go through the forest, you go around the forest. Now the hex crawling becomes more interesting because you're trying to get somewhere. A journey without a destination is just aimless wandering. And in my experience, that is just not really conducive to a good experience, especially because a lot of GMs just result to going, oh, Derek said random encounter tables are cool. Random encounter tables are cool because they are a disincentive, a stalling tactic that are keeping you from your real goal. If the goal is random encounters, then they're no longer random encounters, and the whole point of the entire system begins to fall apart. So, anyways, so actual play would be really awesome for the One Ring. While I would love to play this game in person, I'm actually not. This is the kind of game I'm not as opposed to playing not in person. Like Daggerheart, I feel like I have to play in person. It's PBTA, no initiative. Like I really need to be able to read. Players' body language and make sure I can jump in there and handle it. I think Daggerheart would be very difficult for me to run on an computer, even with cameras up. This game is a bit more procedural. I think playing Torchbearer online, which you may have watched, we did have that actual play, at least the Sunday crew. But we have the Saturday crew as well on our private Patreon. That worked really well because it's innately a game where it's like the players get a turn and they can talk amongst themselves. What are we going to do this turn? And then the players are going to turn, and then I get a turn. And then like the game is very proceduralized. And I think that works really well. Timpy, I completely believe you that your last session on Foundry worked better than you expected. I think the Foundry Born module is great. It's gorgeous. We looked at it and I was really impressed with it. Also, other people, full stop. I am not the best online GM. I don't have the kind of experience that a lot of people have with playing online. And maybe other people don't have my eccentricities that make me very unhappy when I run a game online. Mateo just says, I do it with no cameras. I couldn't do that. In fact, just thinking about playing that way, it makes me very irritated. So, again, that's not because I think that playing with the cameras is better. I do, but it's because that's just the way I play, So, but yeah, anyways, I think there's elements of the One Ring that remind me in some ways and shapes and form of that sort of procedural based game like Torchbearer, like Mouse Guard. And so I think it could be something that I play online. But again, it would need to be with people who are passionate about Lord of the Rings, because I think that would be a very fun experience. If people are just trying to, play it they're like, oh, I just want to check out the mechanics. Well, why? The mechanics don't really serve any purpose except to service the game of the One Ring. I don't necessarily know that you would use these type of mechanics to not do that. Commander Snookums, only audio podcast style, actual play, not your cup of tea, Derek. No, definitely not. I like the visual element for sure. Could I hold open interviews for a live play? No, I don't. Mateo, I don't make friends. You know that. Come on. Come on, I'm 43 years old. I don't make new friends. I have the friends I have. It's like a, my highlighter is broken. I pushed a button and it broke. So I don't know what happened to it. It won't change. Somehow it broke. I don't know what happened. I closed the updater thing, so it just stopped updating, but it's okay. It's 4:30. I'm about to dip out. But yeah, this was fun. I'm enjoying going through this game and learning stuff about it. And there's still, I want to go through Combat, Council, and Journey. So maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Again, it's my channel. I can do whatever the fuck I want. By the way, shout out to Tigger, who I told not to do this. Tigger tipped while we were offline as an initial funding for me, even though I haven't gotten the final quote yet or the permission. The plan is for the Knights of Last Call to rent our own private room at this year's Origins Game Fair in Columbus, Ohio, so that we have our own private area where we can run games and our basically a VIP lounge just for KOLC patron members. Last year, we had about 22 people show up from the Patreon, and they mostly all just played games with each other. They ran games for each other. We drafted with each other. Some people didn't even go into the convention hall. They just played games with each other. And our number one problem was, making sure we had a place to play, because, it's all open gaming and there's no dedicated reserved place. So we had to play in public and loud, and we started talking about it. And I said, okay. So I've been looking at the prices, and, it's going to be a few $1,000s. And Tigger said, basically, I want to support it. I said, dude, haven't even figured it out yet. And he goes, oh, okay, fine. Well, then after having that conversation, they came in and they tipped $250 to support this, even though obviously we're trying to make it happen. So Tigger, thank you so much. I just noticed that. I was like, why is the tip so high? And then I realized what happened. So Tigger, if you catch this, thank you so much. I'll be sure to message you as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. We've talked about doing a night con before, but setting up your own convention is really difficult, especially with the size and scope that we're doing. And I don't want to charge like $1,000 a head for it. So kind of piggybacking it on the back of another convention is pretty cool. So it'll be like Night Con presented by Origins Game Fair. So we kind of get to piggyback on the back of a convention that already brings in 19,000 people. So you can go to the convention center. You can go browse the exhibitor hall, and you can go to seminars or go play some other games that maybe we're not playing, and sign up for other events and all this other cool stuff that you can do at Origins. Origins is great fun, but we'll have our own VIP lounge. We can cater it. We can have our own kind of quiet place to run games and not have to worry about reserving tables and playing in a big open air convention center. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. So definitely looking forward to that. So yeah, I mean, I may not recommend flying to the US right now. Things are not necessarily the best here right now. Yuval. Well, thank you, Satir. I know you've been around with us for a long time. I really appreciate it. And unlike other people that I've talked to, and some people have even talked about this on YouTube, so I don't think this is a big secret. A lot of people view their channel as a source of stress, as a source of burnout. A lot of people view it as a very parasocial relationship, and to be clear, it is to a certain extent. I've spoken with content creators in private who, yeah, I mean, in some ways they hate what they have created. But not me. I like streaming. I like talking with you all because I like talking about gaming with interested, smart, intelligent folks and who ask great questions and are eager to learn and bring up great points and teach me. I've learned as much from my Patreon and my Discord and chats like these as you all have learned from me. So it's a very, sympathetic situation. And I like talking about RPGs. I like playing RPGs. So for me, this has never been stressful. Now, I don't play the view game. I don't play the clickbait game. So I don't have the same worries that other content creators have. Now, up until 5 months ago, actually, no, 6 months ago, I also had a job that paid me very well. And the channel was doing okay, but it was always just like, buy more cameras, buy more lights. I used to spend almost all the money we made on the channel just paying the rent for the studio that we didn't use. Well, now I make a living off of the channel, and we're trying to still figure out if it's viable. So it's a little bit more stressful than it used to be. But the long and the short of it is, though, I make my money from you individually, right? 95% of my income comes directly from direct viewers like you. Tips, super chats, YouTube memberships, Patreon memberships, super thanks, you name it. YouTube memberships. It all comes from you. I make a pittance from you views. And so I don't care. I mean, if I make, an extra, 50, 60, 80, $100 a month from YouTube views, cool. It pays for my coffees, I guess. But it's obviously not anything that I would ever worry about, So again, I don't do clickbait because I have a Patreon and my patrons support this content, and I can do a live stream for 4 hours in the middle of Saturday night going into the deep dive of the One Ring second edition. And, I got enough tips in chat. I got enough tips from this. Let me actually say, just from this stream, I'm going to ignore the $250 tip. Now, again, this was a very small, minor chat. 15 for Kazor. We got some Raiders, 12, 25, 30. All right. I made about $40 doing this. Now, yeah, $40 in 4 hours. It's not a great return on investment. But for a video to make me $40, I would have to get probably close to 10,000 views. And that'd be one of my top videos of the year. So it's, do I chase videos that make 20,000 views, or do I just do whatever I want and hope that people support me that way? So anyways, that's why it's not stressful for me. It has been a really tough year, but this channel actually makes it, cool and makes it fun for me. So my only regret is I wish my friends weren't so damn busy or weren't having their own terrible times that they have to go through because, it'd be nice to be able to play more games with the people I love. So it's been great to get to know so many members of this community. There are people now that I have known for 4+ years through the Patreon who I have met up with a dozen or more times between different conventions. Some of them have come into the studio. I mean, when Vin visited the United States from Australia, he made it a point to make his way through Cleveland, Ohio, so that he could come hang out with us for 2 days. And he did. And we got to play with him. And it was awesome. So, that's crazy. Like getting to know those people has been amazing. And I haven't had the opportunity to like travel much, but like people have been like, oh, if you're ever in insert country here, hit me up, I'll show you around. I'll take you out. And I'm like, this is awesome. That sounds amazing. Let's hang out. Let's play some games together. So been a lot of fun. Pillsbury, I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you, buddy. So long story short, thank you all for being so supportive, and not just with the money. That's great. Money's good. Money pays the bills. But just being supportive, just being a great community, and keeping things civil and positive, and I really appreciate that. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna go get some sleep. Dream of the One Ring. Hopefully, I will see you soon. See you next time on Nights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace.